Hello, and welcome to another episode of Manifest Actual Play. Yes, I am coming through. Okay, just want to make sure. Sweet. Okay, as you can tell, we've had some technical difficulties. Addie looks a little different, doesn't she? That's because literally the moment we started going live, Addie dropped out of our Discord call, and it turned out her computer decided to just shut down, and now it's having some issues turning back on again. So we're going to deal with that after the stream. Right now, Addie is coming to you live through her phone. Her sound quality is going to be a little diminished as a result, but it doesn't seem like she's on too long of a delay, so we should be able to play the game. Windows update. It's actually worse than a Windows update. It just turned off, and now it doesn't want to turn back on again. We're probably going to be able to fix it, though. We have an idea what's wrong with it. It's just not something that can be fixed in any timely matter. And we wanted to get into the stream, seeing as we're running a bit late already. So let's get right into it. I'm Tommy Cotton. With me, as always, are Dan Barron, Addie Gia, Seth Lilly, Roman Mylan, and we are here to play Manifest, the RPG. But before we get into any of the actual play, hey Addie, do you have an announcement? Your computer shut down, so you have none of your notes?
Listen, here's I think challenge mode is activated. Seth and Dan have heard me say this now more than 70 times. So who wants to take up the mantle for just today or split it?
Sure.
I don't have any notes.
I can't actually do the first part where you tell people what's going on with Manifest, but we have websites. You can go to Manifest. Is it Manifest RPG or is it manifesttherepg.com?
Manifest the RPG.
You can go to manifesttherepg.com and learn about the RPG. You can check us out on socials where we're some variation of Manifest RPG or Manifest the RPG. Somebody took Manifest the RPG in somewhere where they're not doing anything with it.
Why would they do
Sorry. I actually don't have the information to update on if there's anything new and exciting they can know about.
There's nothing new and exciting right now.
There's nothing new and exciting. Why are you even asking? God. We would tell you. We'd be shouting it from every rooftop in your neighborhood even. I think that's everything for like game updates and stuff. Go to our websites, check us out on socials. Someday we might put something on Instagram. I hear it's very important to say that during this part. As for the next bit, every month we like to highlight a charity that we feel passionate about. If you have time, money, or like really any amount you can give to boost these charities, that's awesome. We appreciate it. March is Women's History Month. I'm just going to stay confident that it's Women's History Month and not Women's Month.
Yeah, it's Women's History Month. You got it.
Hell yeah. So this month we are highlighting the National Women's Law Center. They fight for gender justice across a huge host of issues central to women and girls. They use the law in all its forms to further gender equality, especially for women of color, LGBTQ women, and low-income women and families. They've been on the leading edge of every major legal victory for women in the last 50 years, things like Title IX, other things that surely they have done, but at the moment escape me. You can find out more at nwlc.org. They're a cool charity. Check them out. They do great stuff.
Yeah.
That's it. Tommy, you talk now.
Hey, it's me. I'm just going to drop a link to NWLC in the chat. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're getting right to it. So, recently, a few episodes ago, we implemented channel points to the stream, which allow you to interact with the gameplay. The way in which you can do that currently is you can spend your channel points, which we call viewer grit. You can use those to give grit to the players or the GM. And you can see right up here next to everyone in the top left corner of everyone's little square, there's a number for how much grit they have. Players have a limit of 12 grit. Me, the GM, I have no limit. However, I will say there's like a limit, like a practical limit to how much I can spend in one session. It can get kind of crazy. But you can spend your channel points to give grit to the players, give grit to the GM. If I use grit against them, they get grit. So it's like buying grit for them at a discount, and it makes the story more interesting. But you can just buy them grit if you want. In fact, boom, 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 boom. Everyone gets 1 grit from Argent Lom. Everyone except me, I noticed. So let me go ahead and fix that real quick.
I don't like that conversion rate. That's BS.
It's true though. True. So yeah, let me update everyone's grit here.
I'm happy to receive grit in whatever avenue it's coming. I'm not trying to stop anyone from handing out grit however they feel.
All right. Oh, we got 1 more grit to Gus from Fiddler Undone.
Hey.
Heck yeah.
1 more grit to Eloise from Fiddler Undone. I see where this is going.
Can I take more?
Live like kings.
1 grit to
I
Dex.
can.
Goes up to 11.
Up
Dex
to 11.
goes up to 10. And 1 grit to Porter.
Yay!
Porter is maxed out on grit now. Porter has the maximum 12 grit that he can.
That has never, I don't think, ever
0?
happened. Yeah, I mean, what can I say?
All right. So, before we jump into the recap of this, I'll get to that in a minute, Argalam. Before we jump into the recap and the gameplay, I'm going to give us a moment to transport our minds to the world of Manifest and look at some cool character art and listen to some cool music so that you can get a feel for all these player characters here for the first time. No, we lost somebody. Addie, did you turn your camera?
Roman fell out of his chair.
Oh, Roman. Hey, run away. Run away. Go look at the character art. Ah!
I swear it's not me.
Oh no. Well, we got Roman back. But now Addie is in a whirlwind of lag.
For a second, Addie looked like the newspaper that would spin in on like a classic Batman.
Joker escaped
Addie.
from Arkham again.
Hi.
Da-da-da-da-da.
You're back. Can you hear us? We can't hear you. We still can't hear you. Okay, so meanwhile, while Addie figures that out, we got more grit from the chat to deal with.
What?
Argitlam and what is that? Pronounce that Ryak? Maybe? Tell me in the chat if I'm pronouncing that right. Both Argitlam and Ryak gave me a grit.
Must be nice. Good for you.
And
Thank you.
then it looks like maybe Addie knows who that is. Addie, you're still not coming through at all. So that's 2 grit to me.
Must be
Now
nice.
I'm at 10. And then an additional grit to Gus and Eloise from Ryak.
To have Twitch chat on your side.
So that's Eloise at 12 and Gus at 12. We're just raking in the grit this session. Oh my god, it hasn't even started.
Maybe we do just fight the militia.
Yeah, let's go for it, you guys.
Double down 3 times in a row. Let's go.
Don't forget, I have 10 grit as well. And there's 25 of me.
Yeah, but I just got win 1 challenge.
Addie, are you able to transmit yet? Or looks like maybe she's trying to sort it out. Maybe. I don't know what's going on. You're not coming through at all. No. No sound coming from you. Well, we're going to give her a little bit longer to sort that out. And I am going to jump into recap mode. So, getting all the chords ready. Last session, our drifters returned, or were in the town of Waypoint, having returned from a successful job delivering some electronic parts to the town of Las Feudas. When they were on their way to Las Feudas, they got attacked by a strange group of bandits who sported a fancy symbol on one of their weapons. This caught the eye of this party's gunslinger, Dexter Bailey, who has decided to hunt down what's going on there. So he touched base with the sheriff of Waypoint to try and put some feelers out there and see if maybe there is something going on with that symbol. However, their return to Waypoint was not without complication, because Waypoint has a group, has a militia, I believe it's a militia battalion, camped up outside on the north side of town, and militia men and women are kind of taking their leave in town while presumably the soldiers are doing routine patrol and maintenance in the mountain paths nearby. These 4 drifters are suspicious of the intentions of these soldiers, and also have already started to kind of butt up against them. But it's not just these 4 drifters. All of Waypoint kind of has an issue with the militia. But they did meet Captain Schaefer, who seems to be kind of in charge of a lot of the enlisted folk here, and he has he shared a drink with these drifters, and I'm Seth now. Shared a drink with these drifters, and like diffused a situation to stop them from getting into a fight with with a few different soldiers, and then whose names I don't think these drifters caught. But the other thing that happened is Dex kind of sort of maybe witnessed a murder in the Golden Spike Saloon. I guess he didn't witness it, but he did arrive.
It's actually a really important detail that I did not witness the murder.
But it seems that Private Ralston may have unlawfully killed somebody in the Golden Spike Saloon. But taking cues from the sheriff, Dex did not intervene, and Ralston was able to return to the militia camp. All of these tensions were rising through Waypoint, but then suddenly a few beleaguered travelers rode into town. One, it was Gail, Sarah and Gail Ritter. They rode into town having been attacked by a strange beast that ate their horse, Rupert. Except when the drifters investigated, the creature didn't quite eat Rupert as much as just maul him incessantly. These 4 drifters were basically dispatched immediately by, I believe, the sheriff to go and see what was going on before the militia got eyes on it. So they went, they found the desiccated horse, and then also retrieved the Ritter deed to their homestead, their livelihood, and then went into the mountains after this creature to try and hunt it down and figure out what's going on. By all signs, this creature is strange in every way. It doesn't seem to match. Our drifters are decently versed in the various fauna of Manifest and don't seem to know what it is they're tracking. After they got into the mountain pass a little ways in, they were joined in the evening by members of the militia, soldiers of the 108 mobility. What is it? What is their full maneuver enhancement brigade? That's what it is. The 108th Maneuver Enhancement Brigade, Captain Schaefer, and 24 other soldiers, including Private Ralston. And I don't remember if I said this last session, but surely at this point you guys would have found out, Sergeant Donovan is also there. Sergeant Donovan, a person who Porter did a seedy deal with, delivering some cargo for his contacts back in Markham's Landing. The militia have set up camp with the drifters, and have Schaefer has assured them that they are there to help track down and eliminate this creature before it can hurt any other civilians of the Fort Dearborn territory. It's obvious they're dealing with something strange, and so Captain Schaefer seems to be happy for the drifters' help in this endeavor. The drifters, the very, very last thing that happened before we start playing is the 4 of you created a mental link using Eloise's illuminated powers. And that she rolled well enough for that to last for, what was it, half a week? Yeah. So you guys have that for a little while. And the only other thing that happened is while they were communicating and trying to keep a low profile by speaking telepathically, Eloise noticed that she had caught the eye of Captain Schaefer, who seemed to be observing her and Gus communicating telepathically, her and Porter communicating telepathically, even though they were trying to keep a low. The exact meaning of that nonverbal exchange with the captain is unclear, but it definitely has made Eloise so nervous that we can't even see her. Addie, how's it going over there?
Wait, you can't see me?
No, but we can hear you, which is good.
Okay.
I can. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hold on. If Dan can see Addie, then give me a second. Oh, there, I see her. Everything's good.
Yay! Yeah,
play by post.
I switched
to your laptop,
to my old laptop, and it is working really hard to connect to the internet. So we'll see what happens there.
Okay, well, we can hear and see you, and so that is a definite improvement.
Yay!
let's keep going forward. In case you missed anything, Addie, you do have 12 grit now, courtesy of the chat.
Yeah. Also, hi, Chris.
Yeah, so we have Addie or Eloise, Gus, and Porter all at 12 grit, and then Dex and myself at 10 grit. Going into the session. It is the evening. You have the militia has set up camp around your camp. And they have some patrols going out, so the four of you are able to rest for the evening if you like. But you have your mental link. It's getting pretty dark. The militia is kind of they seem to be kind of going through the steps of like setting up their usual like camp, going on the patrols. They seem to like they have a system for this, obviously, as they people know exactly what their role is, and people who are on the like first patrol are already gearing up, like that kind of thing. Food is being served, and everyone's kind of watching you. No one is necessarily giving you guys like super side eye or anything. Dex, you do notice Private Ralston notice you, and Porter, you notice that Sergeant Donovan doesn't look at you at all. And that's pretty much Addie. There is a slight echo, but maybe just turn down your output or something, or turn up your noise gain in Discord. That's kind of what's going on in the camp. No one's giving you side eye. No one is like giving you guys a wide berth. No one's treating you with any hostility. Everyone just seems to be going about their jobs, like setting up the camp, getting the food ready, getting everything going. So, what do the four of you do with your evening? Anything in particular, or is it just kind of like rest up in your little corner of this militia camp?
Yeah. I had to go to bed so that they couldn't see me talk.
Right.
I had to go to bed without supper.
Yes.
So, I'm trying to sleep.
Okay.
I did a similar thing. I don't think I'm sleeping tonight.
Okay. Your plan is to stay up through the night?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an endure roll. No modifier. What about Porter? What are you up to?
I think I did Eloise ever communicate that the captain actually heard or kind of noticed at least that we were communicating non-verbally? Or
yeah, I mean, we did
I
cut
don't
off
know if that
immediately when he looked and went
When he
down. So I
noticed,
guess
alright.
Eloise, what is your?
I don't know.
If you're able to transmit, Eloise, what is your reaction to that look from the captain? Looks like she's trying to get her mic set up on her.
That's fine.
Oh, she's almost there. She's almost there.
Does this sound any
That
at
sounds
all
great.
good?
That sounds great. Yeah.
Okay,
great.
Okay. This is fine.
You're doing great, Addie. You're doing great. Everything's fine.
I feel in character.
problem.
I'm having a current panic attack. It feels good. All
Addie,
right.
your
okay.
everyone's favorite.
This is
I'm so
meta. This is
the
method
thing.
as hell. Yeah.
Right.
So I missed the last like 20 seconds.
The question was, how did Eloise react when she saw the captain watching her and Porter communicate non-verbally?
Oh, sure. Well, I guess at like we're sitting eating dinner, so I will just sort of sit there and look at my food and nothing else, and not really. I will like freeze, sort of in fear, and then maybe from that sort of take one or two like perfunctory bites, enough that it looks like I have eaten, even though I do feel like I am going to throw up. And then I will just get up and like wash off my mess kit, which I presume I have. I have no idea. And then I will just be like, okay, are you done? You're done? You're not done. You're not done. And I'll sit back down.
I could be done. I'm filling up. I suppose.
No, I mean, you should eat your whole dinner. I just, lost my appetite.
Oh,
Not because I'm eating with you or anything. I just
no.
'cause
That's
okay.
Eloise, I understand. It's fine, El.
You guys are talking out loud right now.
Yes.
Yes. Look, I'm just about done. I think if there's anything left on my plate, I'll just like scrape it off into the side of the fire because I know that when Elle gets like this, she should probably be separated away from prying eyes or just anybody who might generally be looking at her. So
Sure.
yeah, and I'll have her step off, and we'll just like I suppose sit together probably. Unless she like darts for
Okay.
her tent or something.
No. So once we're like away a little bit, I will like be like, okay, so maybe it just possibly happened where the captain sort of saw us like talking to each other, but like in our head. So like, and then he saw, and then I like made eye contact with him, and then like well, and now I feel like he saw into my soul or something, and so now I don't and I can't.
He might have just noticed. I don't know about looking into your soul. Although maybe he can do that. I didn't get that sense from him though. I think we're gonna be all right. I think we should probably, and this I will broadcast to anybody who's still awake. We should probably come up with some sort of plan, because I don't know if being around them is the smartest thing.
Well, I think sort of the problem was we were in the middle of the conversation where it was like we should, we have the choice to either stay with Dex or because he's not leaving, or go back to Waypoint. And there's not really a middle, like sneak away, double back. There's like so many of them, and they sort of like have this sort of in the underlying sort of seed of like, hey, we outnumber you, so you are sort of like, even though you're in charge, you're not really in charge unless like there was like some sort of force of personality that could do that, but I don't think we have that probably. So and then like Dex sort of has a little bit of, and then I go, I like look out across the like camp, and they like grab a book and like shove my face into it and then finish the thought, which is like so we're sort of I mean like or did you mean like what we should do right now? Did we need a plan for like right now? Is that what you were saying, or
No.
thinking you weren't saying because you were thinking?
I do think you're right. I mean, it's we either go back and let them handle whatever this problem is, or not leaving deck. So we just stay by them. Then they will. I suppose I didn't think of that. They will find us if we separate.
They've brought too many people, and as green as they might be, according to Schaefer, this is literally their job. I think they'll probably find us if we try to sneak away.
Porter, you do see, kind of watching the camp, you do see a squad of 6 soldiers go out on patrol, and then also 3 scouts go off in separate directions, presumably on patrol as well.
Right. Well, I'm not very good out here, so.
Hey, gang. Yeah, I couldn't sleep. So, yeah, I mean, as far as I see it, we got 2 options. One, we could tell them, hey, y'all got this, and we could leave. No harm, no foul. We didn't see nothing. They don't have to shoot us. Or 2, I guess we keep on going with them, and we find whatever's out there. Right? Like, those are sort of the 2.
Right. So, I guess we stay then, right? And just become part of this search group?
I guess.
I have reason. I mean, I know we all kind of have reason to believe they're not as trustworthy as they would claim to be, but just keep your eye out. I think there are some shady characters in this crew for sure, for certain.
I turned the page of my book.
Are either of Eloise and Porter sharing their vision right now?
I wasn't sure if that was a possibility, but I would have, as I saw the scouts and the trackers kind of separate off, I would have broadcasted.
Yeah, Porter, the moment you just kind of think to yourself, like, man, I wish they could see this. You kind of feel that, like, there's like that kind of like feeling which is like impossible to describe except for the fact that you are familiar with Eloise. It's like this kind of feeling of Eloise's presence, right? This like feeling of being in a room with a friend, but like, you know, knowing that they're there, that like you're sharing a space with someone, like just kind of like lingering in the back of your head. And the moment you think, I wish they could see this, like you kind of feel that feeling like flush forward towards your eyes, and you realize you are conscious of the fact that now people can see what you are seeing.
His eyes certainly kind of like bug out for a second. and then he like, probably pretty conspicuously, but he thinks it's slick, like looks off at the tops of the trees and is like, oh yeah, no, that's a copper bird, probably. Yeah.
So yeah, you guys see like a flash of the camp, like kind of like in your own vision, kind of like off to the side, and like you can push it out with a thought, like, and like make it not your focus, or you can pull it in and make it like your entire focus, like whatever degree of it you want to like perceive. But you realize like you can see through Porter's eyes, and you first see the camp for like a second, and then it just goes and he's like looking at trees or like rock outcroppings and like and bushes and like the stars. And then eventually I assume he brings it back to the camp.
Yeah, it's like darting glances at first, and then when he's comfortable that nobody's watching, he'll kind of hone in on the parts that he wants them to see.
Yeah, so when Porter says, like, I think there's some shady individuals here, if at any point his vision passes over Ralston, I will say that man killed someone in the Golden Spike the other day.
So, right then, yeah, I'll watch out for him, I suppose. Dex, how do you feel about that? Is that, I don't think that bodes well for him with you.
No, it doesn't.
Right, so be ready for that then.
If I wanted to like tinker like a little like clockwork toy or something together, like something just to like fidget with, was that can I have a third? Can I like take off like a third of a cube so I can make 2 more later?
What is it you're making?
Can I have? I have 12.
They're just like a little like.
I have 12 great. Can I flash back to have already bought her this as a gift on like something that somebody was just trading, and I was like, yeah, but this looks fun. I think Elle would enjoy this, so I would get it for her.
Absolutely. You can spend your 8 grit. There won't be any roll required. We established last episode that one of your practices in Waypoint is whenever there's a rush of like peddlers trying to like upsell stuff like in the market, you're there and you sell things at reasonable prices, which drives the prices down to the point where they're not making the profit that they need to, because everyone can just go to the normal stores. And during one of those moments when someone was packing up, you saw it wasn't a completed clockwork figurine or anything. It was like a make it at home like type thing.
A kit.
like a kit for like someone to make, and you were like, oh, I think this would be really cute for Elle. And so you're like, that guy, he's packing up his shop, he's done for the day, and you come over to him like almost like smugly and like buy it from him. And he does charge you just the 1 spur because that's the price he had to put it at before he closed down his shop.
Very kind of you.
Yeah. So, I mean, then you would have had to bring it to Eloise, and I'm interested for that scene more than you purchasing the thing. So when you were still in Waypoint, you had this thing and you gave it to Eloise prior to today. How'd that go?
Would that have been the most recent closing down of the kind of square?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, right.
Is that sound coming from Addie?
Seems like.
Sorry,
Oh.
hold on.
It's fine. So right, I would have batted. Should I take the spur out of my inventory?
Yep.
Portrait? And I think it was one of those.
I'm just gonna Addie. The sound that is coming through is like a clicking sound, like if there's a fan that's overtasked or something on your computer or something like that. It's like it's as if it's picking up a vibration. Well, you're muted, so I can't help.
Yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't. I'll try to. I'll keep working.
Yeah, maybe just raise your noise gate a little bit more. I think it might just be picking up your fan.
Oh, okay. Love to interrupt the action like this. Feels real natural.
Yeah. Well, it was either that or listen to the sound while he continued.
Right.
No, I get it.
All right. Porter, continue.
It's one of those nights where I think Elle goes to her room just to tinker with something, and like when most people would be asleep, I'll kind of tip on her door.
I will. You hear like a number of locks, and then like there's a little like a little chain, and so like I open the door to like look through the chain and be like, oh, hi, hold on, and like close it and like undo the chain and then like open it back up.
How's it going? What you working on?
Oh, well, I thought about I'm trying to make something for like Gus, but I don't know. It's not really coming together as much as I'd like. So, so yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to interrupt. I just thought I might and from behind my back I'll pull this kit which I've wrapped around like not a bow but like twine in a nice bow like structure and kind of here. I got this for you.
Oh.
I saw it and I was like, I think Elle would probably like this, and it's just for when things get to be too much,
Wow, this is Porter, this is really sweet. Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, no, this is amazing. Did you want to did you want like a drink or something? I could probably cook something on one of the Bunsen burners or something real quick if you were hungry, or I could.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you're gonna cook me up a drink. I was like, the little.
Well, if you want tea, I could do that. I can just like put the tea kettle right over top of it if you want to.
I'm fine. I could sit and watch you work if that's all right. I've always admired how well you do technical things. I'd like to learn something from it.
Well, I mean, it'll be real boring because it's mostly just me standing in the middle of the. Okay. Yeah, sure. Come on in.
Yeah. So
this is a pretty big room. It's got, and I've like created tables all around like one side, including like around the sink, so that I can work next to the sink in case I need running water for maybe extinguishing some flames. And then like there's a bed, like a single bed in the middle of the room in a real awkward angle. Because I move it to align with the sunrise, or else I won't get up because
right.
I don't. Anyway, and so then and there's just stuff everywhere. And right now there's a little like projector that has like a hologram, like Iron Man a little bit, and I'm like sort of like moving stuff around, and it's like I've estimated Gus's arm, but it's like 5 times bigger than what it really is, because like Gus seems real big, and that's where my measurements are all off and stuff. That's what I'm working on right now. So
am I right in thinking that you're the type of person that stands to work and like is always standing and walking around rather than sitting anywhere?
Yes.
So Porter
also, there's no other place to sit than the bed.
Yeah, right. He comes in and he gingerly sits just on the edge of the bed and makes himself as comfortable as possible because he is not a stander.
Yeah, and I guess I sort of sometimes talk out loud when so the thing is that how do you get the like pneumatic, like, so if you see here and I start talking about like the like techno babble machinery speak to like try and work on the thing for Gus's arm, that actually ends up eventually in the future getting scrapped for the armor I made him. I forget what I did actually make.
I thought you made car stuff.
Oh yeah, and for the car stuff.
Sure.
But yeah, so
But it's
I'm just like, I'm trying to make like a pneumatic punch machine, but it doesn't seem to be working.
All of her like calculations like have it so that like it like the power of it doesn't like the human arm can't take it.
You see, in the representation, if you look at it right here, basically like it will punch, and then it fires, and if the punch is at all off, it actually will launch Gus's arm back, and I don't know how to stop it from ripping his arm off.
I mean, he's pretty big, right?
I don't know how.
He's got the ligaments, right?
No, the muscle tension will like at least rip some. He'll get one punch, and it'll be a really good punch, but then like he will lose his arm maybe permanently.
So we can tell him for extreme cases only, you know, like if he has to like punch a hodag for some reason, this will be the one use thing. You could call it the hodag puncher.
And I was thinking of putting on putting thrusters on it, but then the burns would be like real severe if he hadn't, like, if his form was that. So like it seems like a real safety risk is the thing, and I don't know. Anyway, so that's
I think you should save all of these designs just in case we do make them work in the future, you know, because if he's got a rocket hand and it is a usable rocket hand, he could feasibly just use it to fly, right? Like an arm jetpack thing.
No, but I could make it so it detaches and walks around. And maybe it could fly on its own, but I don't think I could. The amount of thrust you would need for that would incinerate the rest of Gus, but his hand would certainly fly, is the thing.
So he uses the one punch machine, right? He loses his arm, and then you can make him the detachable arm that flies around. I think this is a solid plan.
Oh, I could make a detachable arm that turns into a jetpack. That's something I could do.
I think.
Yeah, but he'd have to lose his arm first.
Right.
It would be a process, is the thing.
So
ultimately, I think that's the rest of the night is just coming up with bullshit arm designs that never actually work. It's just for fun.
Eloise, what you find is like you were stuck trying to figure out how to make this thing work, and you were getting frustrated, and then Porter just starts throwing wild shit out, and then you find yourself spending that night making things that you know probably won't work but are incredibly fun. And you just like, you get these like all of these like half ideas that like, well, this could work, but the side effects are like way worse than what it could achieve. But like you're just having so much fun, like Porter is getting so much enjoyment out of it. You just spend the whole night doing that. You never get around to like working on the little thing, and then later when you guys are getting ready to go, you just kind of like that morning before you left, you like swept it into your stuff. And so now tonight, flashing back forward to the present time, you're stressed out. You're looking to your bag to try and find something you can tinker with, and you see that little box with a little twine bow on it from Porter, and you remember that evening.
Yeah. So I reach in my bag and I like start taking it out and just sort of start putting it together. And it's like modular, so it can go in different configurations. And I just start sort of like the book wasn't doing it, and these guys are in my head, so I just I'm here, freaking out.
Here, I'll take the book. I think, and I like hold it up like that, kind of like I'm really intensely reading it.
Yeah, so Eloise, you're able to kind of relax just a little bit, making this this little clockwork figure. What kind of clockwork figure is it, guys?
I thought it might be like it could configure into different ones. So like the one that I put together first is the jackalope, and like you'd wind it up and it just sort of like hops around. You know, like those little dogs that used to like do the arp, 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 and then they do the backflip. It's like that, but a jackalope.
Yeah, it's much more sophisticated. Not incredibly so, but just a little bit. It has a little bit more articulation, and you actually you know this because of the way that it's built. Like the instructions just like make it so like you can like turn it on and it like kind of runs a little bit of a loop back to where it started and then leaps in one big leap, and then that's it. But you found out that like the way the mechanisms work, that you could like doing some tweaks on the cog work inside, you could program it basically to do.
Yeah, I start soldering some stuff in the places where it's not supposed to be.
You're
potentially ruining it.
By moving a couple cogs and like repositioning a couple pistons, you can turn it on, and instead of it doing a little loop and then like jumping, you can make it like run a full lap. You can make it just kind of spin around 3 times. You can make it do like just backflip after backflip, like that kind of stuff. Oh, if you're trying to transmit, you're not coming through.
There we go. Yeah, no, it's definitely diverting. So I feel much better, and I think that I don't think I guess I will sleep. I have a tent, so I will eventually turn in for the night.
Eloise turns in. Gus turns in. Porter. I know Dex is staying up all night. Porter.
I'd like to sleep, but is there any way for me to like? Would I have to make a roll in order to hide my thoughts from everybody else, or is that just something I could do?
Nope. Like Eloise said when you started, you don't have to share anything you don't want to. Good. The moment you don't want to share something to it, it doesn't happen.
Okay. I think I'd like to see what is in the lockbox that Donovan gave me.
Okay, so you return to your tent for a little bit. You've turned off your vision a while ago because you actually started reading the book. It's gone silent. One thing you know, all of you can tell, is like Gus fell asleep. You can just tell that. You don't like get like, there's nothing really to it. You don't see anything. You don't feel anything. You don't hear anything. You just kind of are aware that he's gone idle in the call. And same goes for Eloise. You realize like Eloise falls asleep. Porter, you can still tell that Dex is still connected, but you don't know that he can't see anything or hear anything that you don't want to, but you are aware that he is awake. But the other two have fallen asleep. You return to your tent. You pull out that little lockbox that was given to you by Sergeant Donovan. She gave you the combination, so you click that into place. You open it up.
Yes.
So as you open it up, I need you to look inside, because what you see is it looks like a syringe. It's a syringe. It's kind of a pneumatic syringe, small with like a small flat, like, or not, it's like a flat head with like a stout needle. And there's, I want to see, there's 3 doses of a tonic in there that you can see. They're in little tubes that you slot into the syringe. That's it. That's all you see.
I don't know what the tonic is, or can I recognize it?
You could roll first aid, using all the benefits from your med kit, to try and discern the properties of this tonic, if you like.
Sure, that's +2 or 3 for excellent.
Excellent quality is going to give you a +1 and a reliability.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way you can figure out what it does.
Come on, Porter, don't you want to party?
You're cool, Porter.
So that's 4 successes.
Okay. Perfect. So Porter, with 4 successes, you kind of get a look at it. Judging by the type of syringe, you can tell it's not a toxin. You can tell this is actually a pretty standard medical syringe for the militia. It's like a standard, like pneumatic, like fast release, like get the drugs in a person to save their life type syringe. And so you recognize that and you're like, well, they don't use this for poison. That doesn't make any sense. And so you like configure your medkit settings, and then you have it like scan the bottle, and you get like kind of readings off of it that way. And then you take like the smallest sample you can. You kind of like stick a very, very thin needle into the tube that has the tonic. You get a very, very small sample, and you configure your medkit some more. And after a little bit of time, you are able to identify what this tonic is. It is one of the most sophisticated tonics. Actually, I'll go ahead and say it's the most sophisticated tonic you've ever seen. This tonic gives you +1 to your muscle attribute, +1 to your finesse attribute, +2 to your muscle skills, and +2 to your finesse skills. And you're able to also tell that its side effects are slowed reflexes, migraine, motion sickness, stiff joints, double vision, and feeble-minded.
Perfect.
This type of tonic does not exist, as far as you know.
Well, better than I was expecting, but maybe worse than I'd hoped. They would have something like that they could use that would be like this, especially if we can't trust them. That's good, I suppose.
Yeah, there's it's like made with substances you're not able to fully like comprehend. You know that it's I mean, obviously it's man-made, but you can't imagine what they put into this thing to make it possible. You would have had to get 5 successes to maybe not even figure that out. Like you wouldn't be able to like retroactively make this thing or like reverse engineer it. But there's something about this thing that like throws you off. You think like what the intended like effects and side effects are, but you think like there might even be more to it than that. Like this is definitely a prototype and could have like side effects that your medkit wouldn't be able to identify.
Sure. All right. I probably don't sleep very well, but I'll lock it back up and lay down in my cot and think for a while.
Okay. Then Dex, how did you roll on your endure roll?
I got 3 successes.
Okay, cool. You take no damage, no ill effects from staying up tonight. You are very focused. Are you like deliberately trying to like spy on the militia or anything, or are you just kind of like sitting there remaining focused?
I think I'm not trying to spy, and I'm not quite meditating. It's sort of a meditative state, but I'm basically just keeping all of my non-vision senses as aware as possible in the event that someone tries to kill us in the middle of the night, because it's a pretty good plan if you're going to bring a bunch of people out to the mountains to kill someone.
Okay. Because you actually kind of succeeded with 3 successes on an endure test that you really only needed like 1 or 2 to succeed on. I will say that you are aware of, you don't know the faces that go with the names, but you know the names of the soldiers. You've heard pretty much all their names spoken throughout the night. So there's Ralston, and because it's because you had heard their voices before, the people who were in that bar, it was Ralston and a few other soldiers. Of those people who were in the bar, you have Ralston, Nakamura. She actually, you find out her first name is Rose because Ralston like calls her Rose. Ralston, Nakamura, and Metzger are 3 of the people who were in that bar that night.
Okay.
The other thing you get is one thing you are able to tell is that there is one person in at least one person in this. Oh no, we lost, I think, Roman. Just all the technical difficulty.
Oh, right out his chair.
The other thing you get is that one of the people in this squad, or in this like these squads of militia soldiers, their name is Amethyst, and they you basically hear some people like talking like, well, it shouldn't be any problem for you, Amethyst, right? This is where your people are from. Don't you know this place? And they respond, man, I left the mountains when I was a baby, right? My pa opened up a shop in Fort Dearborn before I even remember anything. All right. I'm as much a part of that city as you are. Get out of here. I don't even recognize which way we're pointing. And you're able to discern that Amethyst, they are from they're of the Malachite clan that resides in these mountains. They even say at one point that that like the village that they live is like 2,000 miles south of here. They're like, it's a long mountain range.
Yeah, they're not actually close to where they're from.
Yeah, exactly. And they don't seem to feel any connection to the place. They don't say like, they don't like completely denounce anything of like their tribal life.
When they say
or
where
heritage.
they're from Fort Dearborn.
Exactly. That's the like, they're like, I don't remember the mountains. Like, look, I keep to the ways, but this is my first time in Malachite. Those are the things you're able to gain overnight, just kind of listening to the general like talk of the camp.
Okay.
And then day breaks. And there's a little
and
like
no one tries to kill us.
And no one tries to kill you. The night passes. Eventually you see just before the sunrise, there's a little like automated, like kind of tinny recording of like and the camp starts stirring as they begin packing up their stuff and getting ready to come back. The other thing I guess, Dex, you hear is scouts and patrols do rotate through the night, and they don't no one seems to find anything. They like know where the trail is. They have an idea of where they should head, but that's about it.
Sure.
And yeah, you all wake up to that little bugle playing, and the camp is already bustling with soldiers, packing up their stuff and getting ready to head out at first light. Roman, are you back with us?
Yeah, hope so.
Oh, cool. Okay, so this is just a thing with my okay. This is just a thing with my Discord. Apparently, no one's video is turning on unless I open it up. So we're just gonna keep every single person's gonna have some kind of technical difficulty. We're 3 for 5
Put
right
that
now.
curse on me.
All right. What as the night kind of carries on, or as the day begins, I should say, someone with a sergeant's insignia approaches the four of you and says, "Howdy, Sergeant Breckenridge at your disposal. We're gonna be packing up camp here. The captain said you're welcome to join us for the journey. We got some scouts found a trail heading eastward of here. So if you can pack up camp and keep up with us, you're more than welcome to join. Otherwise, you're welcome to return to Waypoint. We got it from here. But the captain did say he'd be happy to have your assistance in this, since we don't really know what we're looking for."
Well, anything we could do to help, I suppose. Did anything clear up on what this could possibly be? I mean, if you found tracks, you might know something more than we found anyway.
Nothing new. Seems about the same as what we were following before. This thing's fast. We know that. So that's why we're trying to double up. We're hoping it rests in the daytime, so we can maybe make up that lost time. But from that, otherwise, we ain't found out much more except for which way it went.
Tommy, does that track with, I guess, what we were seeing? Like, basically, were we following tracks north and they said, "Oh yeah, it's over here to the east"? You know
No,
what
I mean the mountains were east of where the Ritter camp was, so like they're saying it's going deeper into the mountains. You guys are basically on the cusp of the mountains. This thing is traveling well into the mountains now.
Cool.
Sure. Yeah, we'll get it packed up. We'll be with you shortly.
Yeah, Gus is knee deep in a big old breakfast and brewing some coffee.
I'll have some of that for sure.
Yeah,
All right.
of course.
Happy to make your acquaintance. I'm your liaison for the time being, Sergeant Breckenridge again. And if you need to talk to the captain, just come to me first. I can get you a meeting. We're gonna be heading out here in 0500 hours. So get your stuff together. Let's get moving.
Well, sounds like we got some time to wait. You want a cup, Sarge?
I appreciate it, but I got some privates I got to whip into shape. So
well, far be it for me to keep you from whipping up your privates.
Oh hell! All right, I'll take a cup. Yeah,
pulls up a nice big cup of Joe.
Yeah, he takes a drink of it, and he goes, "What's your name, sir?" And he basically, you find out his name is Maji Breckenridge. I assume, like, if there's anything you want to hide from him, I mean, the conversation's not going to even come close to "Are you illuminated or are you not?" It's like a "Where'd you come from?" type conversation. But he gets to know you a little bit. So is there anything, like, he's just like asking, like, "Where are you from?" "Oh, hey, Winona Valley. I visited Glenspire once," which is like, it's technically nearby.
Yeah. No, we just have a nice, pleasant, friendly morning conversation over a cup of Joe. And anyone else in my party is welcome to also have some Joe and have some words.
Yeah, so Sergeant Breckenridge is on his third and final tour. He says he's gonna turn in his papers after this, so that he can go live at large with his fiance, who lives in Bone Summit.
Oh, well, congratulations, Sarge. That's so nice.
she's waiting for me. I figure I get a nice soldier salary. I was hoping to hit officer before I headed out, but we'll have to make do. I've been living light for the past couple years, so we're gonna live at large. We're gonna live in the Bronze District of Bone Summit. Hell of a town if you ever get the chance to run by.
That sounds so interesting. Well, what are you going to do in the Bronze District? What makes it bronze? Tell me more.
Oh, well, Bone Summit, they got districts. There's bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. And,
dang.
It's a very, very hard settlement to find real estate in, but I got a hook up there. And so we'll have enough to put down a down payment on a place. And, well, the missus, or Mrs. to be, she's a hell of a tailor. So we'll get out of the Bronze District in a year or two on her talents, I'm sure. People up in Bone Summit, they love their fineries.
Well, we'll talk about a better half. That sounds wonderful.
I can't wait to live large in a house that she pays for.
I'll have to come by and get her to make me a pair of overalls if I can afford it.
Well, you better get there quick. It's going to be hard to get into the Platinum District once we set up roots there.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'll come looking. I'll come knocking on your door.
Hell, door's open for you. Pleasure, Mr. Gurley. You're a fine fellow to talk to. I appreciate it.
Yeah, real pleasure. I mean, you'll feel indebted once I save you from the big old, wild man-eating beast.
We'll see. There's 25 of us and 4 of you. It's a little bit of a bet going on who gets the kill between drifters or soldiers. A little bit of rivalry there, as it were. But hey, fair game if you get the kill. You're a large fella. Whatever it is, I bet you can tackle it down.
Yeah, we'll see when we get out there. I don't know, maybe I'll scope a look at I don't have the funds to bet, but
you ever think about joining a carnival? I seen a fella your size in a carnival wrestle an archer, and it was a hell of a feat. I bet you could do well in that scene.
Well, dang, I saw a bunch of carnivals come through. That's where I learned how to box. See, the wrestling, it wasn't, I don't know, it's too fake for me. It just didn't quite really catch my eye. But I saw a boxer once, and they were really going at it, and he was really doing these cool things, and that's how I learned how to box. I got a book about it, and I practiced. Like, my family get me a big feed bag every year to practice on for fire nights, and I love the carnival. You always find out something new there. You always learn something cool.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been, but next time, maybe I'll take the missus, and hell, maybe I'll find you there one day. Hold on one second, Irving, is that where that goes? Sorry, I gotta go.
Yeah,
the hell you thinking, Private? You think he just like marches off? Starts laying into some private who was about to store some munitions together that shouldn't go together.
Of course.
And then everyone, you're able to pack up your stuff and make your way if you like. Unless there's anything else specific y'all want to get into, you can hit the road with this contingent of militia soldiers.
No, I don't have anything else. I do want to, as we start moving, I do want to like keep an eye on their scouts. And see, I'm trying to get a read on how trustworthy their scouts are, and also if they're any good.
Okay, that seems like ultimately a discipline roll. Go ahead and roll that, and let me know what your highest is. What about the rest of you? So the travel through the mountains is not like they're not marching in like a column of soldiers. Like they're spreading out and covering ground and moving. So you guys kind of have free reign to move. Like there's not really any privacy to be had. Like there's moments of privacy, but not like long term, right? Like there's never a moment where you think like, oh, we could give them the slip without like extreme challenge because they are covering a lot of ground. They're not spreading out to the point where it would be hard for one side to like, assist the other. But they are like, there's several paths and several like nooks. They like, there'll be moments where like the rest of the soldiers move forward and like 4 or 5 of them like stay back to like clear like a tunnel or like a cave network to like check out for anything. They usually end up just finding like axe handles or aggro pelters or anything like that. And then they catch up and keep moving. So you guys have like relatively free reign to like speak to whoever you want, because they're not like necessarily giving the 4 of you orders, but they are kind of operating around you. And looks like Dex, wow, you're only up against a 7.
Hey, I did not roll very well, but I do have 2 7s.
Oh, perfect. So their scouts are good. These are Fort Dearborn militia.
Sure.
The scouts you notice are not privates. Their scouts, you're able to discern are either specialists or colonels. And they rank above the privates, but answer to the sergeants. And they seem pretty well. You can tell they are equipped with like long-ranged, well-modified rifles. They know the lay of the land, or they don't know. They're able to like manage the lay of the land, like, and they communicate efficiently.
They get the lay of the land.
Yeah, they communicate efficiently. They have regular check-ins. They have a system, and the system works. As far as like trustworthiness,
basically like less than like trustworthy. I'm actually most interested in what they're making sure we don't know.
Oh, sure. Right now it doesn't, like, during this day as you travel, like there's never point as you kind of like are watching scouts report back and like take shifts and listening to their conversations as they move on normal like routes with other soldiers when they're not scouting. Like it doesn't seem like they're obfuscating anything from you. They're not reporting to you.
Right.
But like there's never a moment where like they say something and then like a bunch of soldiers like go off to deal with a thing that like you, and there's like never a moment where they're like, oh no, don't go that way, come this way. There's never any moment where they try to like control where you go.
Okay.
And yeah, like there's like a point in the middle of the day where like they set up a temporary camp and like eat really fast and then break down that temporary camp and keep moving. And then yeah, the day continues. Well, what about the rest of you? Are you doing anything specific or just kind of like continuing to travel through the mountains and keep your wits about you?
On the go, can I craft?
Not really. You can begin to craft during that like kind of lunch break, but you'll have to spend the evening finishing whatever you're crafting. Well, depending. I don't know. If it's class 1, you might be able to complete it during the lunch break, but
I think a healing tonic is class 1, right?
If it's just 3 hit points, yeah.
Good point. All right. I'll at least start crafting one.
Okay, a tier 1 healing tonic. Okay. Yeah, so you expend first aid and go ahead and roll first aid, and depending on how you roll, you might finish this before the lunch break cuz class 1 does not take very long to craft. At all.
I mean, it's 4 hits, so
cool. So you make an excellent quality tier 1 first aid healing tonic. It does not have any side effect because you rolled excellent quality, and that takes you half an hour to make. So you're able to do that during lunch.
Right, and just because it's important, I am using mass production when crafting this.
You got mass production? Oh no! Oh no, Seth's about to break the game! Okay, mass production is a talent that allows you, when you make something that is consumable, instead of making 3 of it, you make 4 of it. Which, when it comes to tonics, which you can sell for a pretty penny, that's a good return on investment. That's a very good return on investment. Hell yeah, Porter. You make 4 doses of 3 hit point healing tonic.
Perfect.
Oh man, I'm gonna stab the shit out of you guys.
Porter, do you think you could just reverse engineer 4 doses of that super soldier serum real quick?
Right, easy peasy, no problem.
Cool.
Cool. So you are able to do that during the break, Porter, no problem. Eloise, Gus, you trying to achieve anything besides just like keeping an eye out for monsters and tracking and like keeping up with the militia, all that goodness?
I don't know. I had a crafting project I thought of for Eloise, but I don't know if now's the time.
Sure.
Also, I think I bought 2 machinery cubes. I can't remember if I already gave them to her.
I think you did when she was working on your car.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna take them right off my sheet then. And next time I get 2 machinery cubes, we'll talk.
Okay, so you guys travel through the day. There's a couple like dust ups, there's a little bit of gunfire, but it's mostly to like scare off axe handles and like aggro pelters. There's like one squad that like almost like raises up like some attention from some Warrican. There it is. Seth has had a technical difficulty as well. Seth, can you hear us?
Yes.
Your,
Can you hear me?
your camera is having an issue.
Yeah, you have a green bar and you are frozen. So go ahead and refresh your camera.
Okay.
All right,
I know-
Dan,
I
you're the
know-
only one left, Dan, who hasn't had.
Coming for you, Dan.
Tommy, you know I'm a technomancer in real life.
Is this happening?
You're back.
So I just got to
Yeah.
click,
Great.
And then
Oh yeah,
click back.
I see it on the. Great.
Sweet, we're good. All right, sweet. So the evening comes and they set up camp. Today, for the most part, nothing really crazy happens. It seems totally fine. They set up camp. Different squad goes on patrol. A few more scouts go out, and that's it. Anything you guys are doing with the evening? They basically fall into exactly the same routine that they did when they camped up with you.
I don't think I get up to anything in particular. I'll like sit and have a meal, and unless we start an in earnest telepathic conversation, I just sit and have a meal and don't look weirder than I already do.
Sure. Do you sleep tonight, Dex? Or are you going to try and stay up for 48 hours?
I think when the time comes to go to bed, I will start up a telepathic conversation of like, I think it is in our interest to set up a watch rotation, not so much of watching the militia, but of somebody being awake.
Right, that's fair.
Yeah, but I think so too. I can I'm sort of working on this little thing, so I can probably take the first half of the night if you guys just want to let me know who to wake up.
Yeah, I'll take morning shift. I'm an early riser.
Okay.
I don't mind taking the middle shift either. So
Okay.
I'll go after Porter.
Yeah.
You're all able to eat, rest up for the evening.
good.
I think real quick, just like how sometimes in a sleepover you'll be laying there and it gets quiet and you think for a second, I'm about to fall asleep, and then you just hear, "Hey Dex," sort of out of the darkness. So that happens. I sort of like telepath over, like as I'm laying down getting ready to go to sleep. "Hey Dex."
What?
I don't know. You seem nervous. What's your read? What's your read on this whole situation? I know you were sort of anxious about these folk. I mean, everyone was, but I trust your judgment.
I think probably a lot of them are here wholeheartedly believing they are doing the right thing. Some of them are here to hide something that they did. And some of them are bad people wearing a badge.
Oh dang! Do you think Sergeant Breckenridge is one of the bad folks? We had such a nice conversation, and I'm gonna get something tailored.
I don't know. I didn't get a very good read on him.
All right, well, guess we'll find out. All right, good night, Dex. You look tired today. You probably stayed up all last night, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah. All right, you get some sleep.
Good night, Gus.
Good night.
And then you all take your shifts watching. Patrols go out, come back. Scouts go out, come back. Anyone kind of like trying to keep an ear out just hears the general, like, they found a path, they know where to go, they have a lay of the land, that kind of thing. Things like, don't go over there, there's a rock slide bolt or a slide rock bolter. Don't go over there, there's a warrican nest, like those kind of things. But for the most part, they have a heading. You do hear something about a bridge. There's a bridge like somewhere that they're gonna cross. And then yeah, the morning comes during Gus's watch. Just plays loudly and sharply, waking everyone up as the camp is being packed up and they are moving on.
You'd really think for a unit designed to travel through the mountains, presumably to catch, enemy soldiers or bandits or predators that are harrying the people around, they would want to be less loud in announcing their presence.
They'd have a real trumpet. Oh, no, yeah.
Well, I think it's probably pretty hard for like 20 to 30 people to be quiet enough that like they're so sneaky that if you're close enough to hear that you don't already know that we're here. They're here. I don't know.
Sound carries
Like,
far in a valley.
Especially, if they actually think that whatever it is supposed to sleep in the morning in the daylight, that alerting it to your presence, it would just wake up, right? It would keep running. I can see the point. I don't know.
Have we seen any of these tracks that we're supposedly following?
Absolutely, yeah. You guys had found it
Okay.
before. I don't need you to roll again to like the track. They seem to be on the path of this thing. The other thing you're able to glean via just like Dex being good at tracking and just like the things you hear around the camp. They like they think they're right. They think this thing rests in the daylight. Judging by like the freshness of the tracks and everything, and Dex can concur with this. It seems like this thing doesn't like coming out during the day. They don't think it's completely inactive during the day, but they think it tends to, like, judging by what they saw, it looks like
I think it's nocturnal.
Yeah. All right. And the day continues. And you do find the bridge they talked about. There is a man-made bridge here over a deep ravine. The ravine being about 1,200 feet deep. The bridge itself is a suspension bridge that is extremely long. It's about 900 feet long. It's made out of thick cable and rope and reinforced wood. It doesn't look new by any means. It looks like this was built a long time ago and has withstood the test of time. And the soldiers kind of all convene at that bridge and cross it. And that's like the one time where, like, besides when they set up camp, like, I guess they set up lunch on one side of the ravine before they all pack up and then go to cross the bridge together before they spread out again. So you're all definitely reconvened at that moment at the bridge. Again, I don't know if there's anything you guys want to do or any kind of things you want to achieve. Otherwise, you can have lunch and move across the bridge.
I do want to, throughout this day, start sorting the various soldiers into the categories I mentioned to Gus.
What were those categories again?
People who are like here essentially with ulterior motives, people who are here wearing a badge who are bad people, and people who are here who like genuinely believe that they are doing something good and right in their duty.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, you are able to do that. You're also at this point having already like assigned, like found out the names of the soldiers. You're able to assign faces to the names. At this point, Dex, after traveling with these people for a day, you know the names of all of these soldiers. You know the names and the ranks of all these soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so out of the ones you've met, you would say that a decent amount of the privates are people who think they're doing good. With some exceptions, like for instance, Private Ralston and his crew. Private Merrick Metzger, Rose Nakamura, and Alf Ralston. I
forgot I knew his name was Alf.
You know that they are bad eggs. What were the three categories? Bad people with badges.
People who like don't really know anything. They're just here because it was orders and they're here to do their job. The people who don't necessarily know anything, but are bad people, like more or less people like Ralston and his crew, who are disinterested in doing their actual duty and more interested in like being a militiaman and having a gun and power and being able to bully people around. And then the third category is like people who actually know what's going on.
Okay, cool. Go ahead and roll discipline for me. To try and get a read on more of these people.
You know what? I have a bunch of grit. What is grit for, if not this?
Cool. To simplify this a little bit, I am going to give you a negative just based on the sheer amount of people. Instead of us rolling like a million tests.
Yeah.
I will say if you want to try and get a read on Captain Schaefer in specific, that's a whole separate roll. Just because he's kind of removed from everyone else.
Yeah. I will spend 2 grit bamboozling on this.
Okay, cool.
Can I assist in this role since we're mentally connected?
Yeah, absolutely. If Dex reads you in, it depends on.
Sure.
He only talked to Gus about it, so depends on if Dex would share his plans with people.
He trusts me enough.
I think actually what is most likely, I don't know how possible it is to share like my internal visualizations with the telepathic link. But basically, like in Dex's mind, as he learns the names and ranks of people, like he just sort of in his head like put those names and ranks next to them as he looks at them and like starts assigning a number next to them. And certainly while we're scouting, like Dex would be sharing his vision. And so if you're looking through Dex's vision, I don't know if that can translate across the telepathic link, but like people's names start popping up with like numbers next to them.
I mean, we could say that Dex kind of without really thinking, he wants to share it with his friends and he doesn't necessarily not want to share it with his friends. So
he's absolutely not actively hiding it.
Yeah. So like if you're like, it's very, very seldom during a telepathic link for you to share something you don't mean to, but if you want, it could be that Dex kind of slips up a little bit there. And when he looks at someone, he says, Corporal Rolando Northrup. Like those kind of things. And like basically just as Dex is going around, it's very quiet, but you hear this kind of like faint little like along with his vision that he is sharing, the faint little like identification of everyone as he like memorizes who they are.
Yeah, I think it's less of a slip up and more of like, these are the people I'm here with, and this is tactical information that is important for them to have. Yeah, so if at any point like Porter asks about it, Dex absolutely reads him into what his goal is today.
He most certainly, right. I mean, it's a steady stream of names. Even if he doesn't understand what you're doing, he's definitely going to ask about it.
I'm figuring out who is dangerous here and who is not.
Oh, that's smart. And you can just remember all of their names and ranks and everything.
It takes effort.
That's pretty impressive. I mean, I suppose you do have that kind of mind palace thing you were showing us. Or castle, sorry. I think it's more of a castle.
It's a fortress, really.
Fortress,
It's not mine.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll an assist, Porter.
Playing the player means I roll manipulate, right?
It's gonna be blend more than anything.
You sure.
Or you could roll discipline. If discipline is better for you than blend, roll that. But in this instance, they would be trying to blend in with the other soldiers and just seem like they're doing their part.
I'm terrible at math, but I think it's probably better to roll 2 dice at 8 than 4 dice at 5, right?
You have a reliability?
On neither of those rolls, no.
Oh, then probably 2 at 8.
Great.
It's close, but basically you have a higher like ceiling for success with the 4 dice, but the 2 dice are more likely to give at least a +1 to dex.
All right. Well, it's 1 success.
+1 to dex.
All right.
Did I tell you what your negative was?
You didn't.
No.
Okay, it's a -3. So minus
That's all right.
-2 is the
I rolled a 1, so
okay. I will spend 2 grit to play to the gallery then, so I can count this 11. Actually, nah. It's so many people. I spend 3 grit to go at strong, so I can count the 15 I rolled. And also the 12.
wow.
Okay. I have so much grit. Cool. Dex. You got how many successes? Oh, I didn't tell you what you were up against. You were up against a 9.
My lowest is a 9.
So
I have 5 successes.
Cool. Yes. You get gonna go ahead. Oh. Just gonna go ahead and snip this part of my notes. And send it to you guys. As Dex thoroughly gets a read on the militia. Many of them are just people who are here doing their part. Like wider good or badness is subjective in that regard, but in the scope in which you are viewing them, they are good. Gotta get creative here. And then so obviously Ralston, Nakamura, Metzger, all bad eggs. You can also say Breckenridge, fine. Breckenridge is a nice guy who's just doing his job. He's just serving his time. He is a fine fella. Game design. Let me drop this picture in there. So you get all of their names. I'm going to send you a picture of all their names. And red means they are bad people wearing badges. Yellow means they know what's going on and are actively trying to capture it. That kind of falls into bad people wearing badges.
Yeah.
That's not, I will say it's not exclusive. Like,
Sure.
for instance, Ralston and his crew, they don't know what's going on. They're just bad people wearing badges.
Right.
But my quick attempt to make this a visual thing for you to look at is not that sophisticated. So
You can be red but not yellow, but you can't be yellow and not red.
correct. And then green is gonna be good folk, who are just here doing their jobs. They don't seem like they're necessarily bad people. And for the purposes of those in the chat, I'm just gonna like sprint through this list of soldiers.
God, it's half is the thing.
I'm gonna sprint through this list of soldiers. All right. Staff Sergeant Frankie Donovan, she's red. Specialist Victor Stalinsky, he's green. Specialist Caleb Stevens, he's red. Private Winifred Stanton, she's green. Private Mohammed Paxton, he's green. Private Sarah Key, she's green. Sergeant Alana Walters, she is yellow. Corporal Rolando Northrup, he's yellow. Corporal Florina, no last name, she's yellow. Private Selena Lorenzo, she's green. Private Ivan Tobin, he's green. Private Goyo Nishi, he is red. Staff Sergeant Aiden Castilla, they are yellow. Corporal Rory Yeager, he is green. Private Merrick Metzger, Private Rose Nakamura, Private Alf Ralston, they're all red. We knew that ahead of time. Private Amethyst, they are yellow. Sergeant Majdi Breckenridge, he is green. Specialist Catherine Barton, she is yellow. Corporal Gwen Michaels, she is yellow. Private Thompson McKay, Private Claude Gibson, Private Omar Irving, the one who was yelled at, they are all green.
Looking at this, whoever just sort of broke off like, oh, those are the good boys. Just let them talk to the freaking drifters. Let all the bad boys back here do our shit. They're the one squad who is either green or yellow.
All right. You have that added information now.
So I guess while this is all going on, as we're coming up to this bridge, and it's a big bridge, I have a couple of questions. So the first thing is, does it look like the hypothetical size, the theorized size of this animal could, like the bulk could fit across this bridge? Is this like a road, or is this like, okay, it is a road?
This creature is large, but you also think, judging by, well, Dex would think, and your original assessment is that this thing is big given the deepness of the tracks, but not necessarily wide set.
Okay. The next thing, my next question, I guess, as I look around, is that would it go across here?
They seem to think
like,
it would.
Right, but that's not what I asked. Like, is the terrain particularly different on the other side? Like, is it all like grassy or something? Or
No.
It's just, this is just like the Grand Canyon with a suspension bridge.
There's a huge ravine, and at some point, some travelers put a suspension bridge.
Cool. Then the next thing is this like a weird bridge? Like, this ravine is like the landmark between Glenspire territory and Fort Dearborn territory?
I'm not going to make you roll for that. You know that that's not the case. This is an extremely deep ravine that does bisect a decent amount of this mountain range. If you wanted to know more about like the specific history of this bridge, you could roll a lore test.
I don't. I just am sort of
like basically to cross this ravine would require travel through much more horrendous parts of the mountains. Basically, there's kind of a natural-ish path that you were able to follow to get to this area. And judging by, general scouts and just like knowledge of the area, like south and north of here, terrible, like so hard to travel through. So it speaks to like a logic that at some point, some people traveling through this mountain would go, hey, how about we built a bridge here?
No, yeah. So I'm not questioning like the integrity of the bridge or anything, or like the reason for it being here. My question is more like animals other than the wolves that like travel up and down. Like there's that road, the wolf road that they talk about in what is it? Anyway, there's like it. That's nothing. I'll talk about that later. Anyway, but like animals tend to have their territories, and if it had a natural territory, it would be weird to have this naturally defensible position and for it to like cross over. I guess, like I would think. I don't actually know because I'm not very good at like outdoor stuff.
Well, the amount of distance that you've traveled, this thing doesn't seem to have a territory unless the territory is massive. You've traveled a very long distance. You've traveled more than almost a week away from well, not quite. You've traveled a decent amount of time, double time, basically trying to make as good time as possible. Leisurely travel from here to Waypoint would almost be a week. It's actually by virtue of the fact that the soldiers have kind of found the path through the mountains here that you're able to have made as much time as you did in the amount of distance you've traveled.
Okay. It feels like animals shouldn't use bridges is kind of what I'm saying.
That's correct.
So that's why I'm asking. So,
yeah, I mean, and even if you check in with Dex, like Dex can confirm that the tracks did seem to lead towards this bridge. And like Dex, unless you go across the bridge, it's reasonable to assume that it continues on the other side.
Okay. Cool. Well, then I have nothing further, Your Honor.
I mean, that's the information you get, right? You kind of like do an assessment of it, and you're like, this is weird, but it is where we should go. Like, weird. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Everyone eats lunch, and then the soldiers cross the bridge. You guys along with them. And you continue travel for the rest of the day, and you make pretty decent time. That was like midday, so you make pretty good time on the other side. Scouts have already checked on the other side. Everything checks out along the way. Dex, you do find signs of the creature's passage along the way. You're able to continue gathering information on these people. The other thing you get, in addition to all that green, yellow, red thing, is that Private Omar Irving, he's a bit of a prankster. Apparently last night he tried to spook some of his squad mates with like a surprise thing. And he's in trouble now because he's kind of like, he has to do like double duty. Like he doesn't really get to eat because he has to like serve the food and then break down the meal station and all this other stuff. And you glean just like by like observing and watching that's because he pulled an extremely inappropriate prank on Thomas McKay, who was thoroughly convinced that he was about to die at the hands of this monster.
I want to go. Yeah, you go.
I know when I'm out hunting a dangerous wild animal, my first thought is I should spook the extremely armed people I'm traveling with.
I go give that dumbass some, just like a sort of like drop a plate nearby, you know? Like I don't even like really look at him very much. I just sort of like have a plate of whatever we're eating. I don't know. What do you think we're eating?
It's it's like slightly above like just basic rations.
We're mooching off of them?
Yeah, they were making enough food for everyone. So unless you guys want to go into your own stores.
Oh yeah, all right.
Yeah, they're making enough to share.
I make up an extra plate and everyone's like, he's real big. That makes sense.
Yeah, no one gives you shit about it. No one's
But I don't eat it. What I do is I go and I just sort of drop it by like on like a box or something nearby him while he's breaking down the meal service. I just sort of like look over him and give him a little wink and an eyebrows, and I walk off.
He likes this for a second, looks around, and then conspicuously eats it.
You gotta be less. That's fine. Have your food. It was a good prank. Gus figures it's good to make friends with some of the folks. So if the time comes for shooting, some of them are like, "Hey, wait, why?"
Yeah, and the day continues. And ends with you guys setting up camp good ways away from that bridge that you crossed. It's not it's like slightly it's a suspension bridge, so it creaks and moves with the wind, so it's not like there's a few people in the militia who are even trying to put on a brave face as they cross this. It's 900 feet long over a 1,200 foot drop.
Yeah, so we did cross it, right?
Unless you didn't.
Okay, no, yeah, I was just with the amount of time you spent setting up and describing.
Oh, he died. Here we are again, all of us ripped apart asunder by Roman's bad internet.
God dang it. It's not even the internet, it's freaking Discord.
Ugh.
It literally just shuts down and is like, oh, sorry about that. Here you go. I'm like, well, just don't shut down. Anyways. I don't know. The amount of time you spent setting up the bridge, and like we had lunch before it felt like a save point before the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
I was very worried about the bridge.
I actually thought for a second you were saying we were setting up camp on the bridge, and I was like, how long is this fucking bridge? What?
I mean, it's pretty long. But no, you guys are able.
The bridge is about a day's ride from end to end.
Look, crossing the bridge is an possibly an unpleasant experience depending on what phobias you may or may not have. But it is a sturdy bridge, and you're able to cross it. And then yeah, you oh my, you may have lost some frames there for.
Probably.
It looked like for a second the stream lost some frames. Just in case, crossing the bridge is fine. Everything's fine. And you're able to travel far beyond the bridge before night falls and everyone sets up camp again. Food is served, people eat. Dex, given your previous discipline roll, you can tell that Ralston is like, there's several moments where Ralston is like having hushed conversation with Metzger and Nakamura. And you got a good enough discipline roll before that, like he they're not gonna like come after you, but he like kind of wants to, and they have to talk him out of it, is what you're able to glean. Like he's like, that guy fucking knows. That guy fucking knows. And then everyone's like, dude, it's fine. It's fine. Like, don't do anything. It's going to be worse if you do anything. But that dude is like a hair trigger away from like turning on you. But is talked down by his more practical friends who are not trying to do it. And otherwise, yeah, scouts go out, patrols go out, evening passes. Normal routine for the militia. Do the four of you do anything this night?
So I am extremely bad at doing all the things that I want to do at this. I have a theory about this animal. So I guess I will go into my tent and over the telepathic link, I will say, I have a curious thought, and I don't know how reasonable it is, but it sort of feels like I still haven't gotten over the fact that this is not a real animal. It's like, because there's no droppings, as far as I know. There's no fur caught on like bushes or whatever. So either it's like a two-legged never eaten or drinking long-standing like survival mode lizard, or I still think it might be like mechanical. I don't know, but they keep saying it only moves at night. But the scouts also move at night. And what if the scouts are moving it? Like, what if they're staying within range of it going further? Like they boosted the signal and they're pushing it with like an antenna or something. Is that crazy? That sounds so crazy now that I've thought about it all day and I'm finally saying it out loud.
Dex, you got 5 successes on discipline, right?
Yes.
The scouts could not have been hiding that specific part of it. Whether or not it's mechanical, you have no say whatsoever.
Yeah. But them being part of like its continued avoidance of us.
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident the scouts are not involved in keeping this thing ahead of us.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, it's probably a crazy idea anyway. We've spent 3 days like basically running in one direction. Our stuff is so far away. I don't even know how to get to Waypoint at this point. And I just
Oh dang, my car's back there. Hey, Elle, can you do that thing where you see the things around us?
Yeah. Do you want me to do that?
I don't know. Do you think it'd be helpful? It's your thing. You know better than I do.
I don't know. I guess what do you guys think?
I don't know if it's an animal or something mechanical. Would your shine be able to detect something like that?
If it's alive, I can feel it. If it's not alive, I have to spend more shine, and it has to be more specific. I think.
Yeah,
I don't know. I haven't
your
used them for a long
your
time.
detect item power. You don't know enough about this creature. If it was mechanical, you would not know enough about it to be able to.
I don't know that it would work.
But as far as detect
So,
life,
if it's alive, I could try it again.
Seems worth a shot.
Okay.
do you want to do that at normal range, moderate range, or long range?
I guess I'm just gonna do the whole thing.
The longest range you can, which is it's actually I said the wrong ones. It's extreme range. Extreme range.
Yeah, it's extreme range.
That's 8 shine.
8 shine. That's so much shine.
And then roll mentalist.
Okay. Great. I'm going to play to the gallery to count my 10.
Okay. That's 2.
Okay. Okay, so that is 4 hits now.
So much good.
So yeah. Well, I'm trying to spend it.
You're so dang magic is the thing.
I mean, it's not contested is the thing. I'm not rolling for like super high numbers. But yeah, so I guess I do the whole meditation floaty glowy thing and hope that nobody can tell.
So in your tent, you get the go ahead from your team. Your eyes turn this brilliant gold light. Energy wisps off of them. It moves through your hair, kind of lifting it up, and you float in the air, and your consciousness expands out. No vision is given to you, but a sensory scan of the area is made. And with 4 successes, you will get a detailed description of the types of life forms, their names if they have them, their direction, and roughly how far away they are from you. Effect. So that's gonna happen. That's gonna persist through the night, basically.
Sure.
And so you put it out there, and you get all sorts of different creatures, different wildlife that seems that like it belongs here. Nothing that matches the description of what you're after. You get the names of all of the people that Dexter has shared the names with you, and you're like, that checks out. I remember that name. I remember that name. And then what happens is, Eloise, you like kind of settle down, your hair like returns to normal, your eyes glow down, but that sensory kind of like feeling around you doesn't go away. And I need to know whether or not you stay up throughout the night. Spend several hours sitting there thinking, like reaching out, and you feel the like people moving around. It's actually very rare that actually no, it's not extremely rare, but it's a little rare that the squads move away out of your vision. But they do. Like the patrols do go beyond extreme range for you, but they seem to return relatively quick.
I think I've spent a lot of resources. So I probably will stay up as long as I can. I'm not really an stay up overnight kind of person, but I guess because I've spent this sort of like,
okay. Go ahead and
like,
roll.
Like probably, yeah.
Roll an endure
Go ahead.
test for me.
Okay.
No modifier.
Is it uncontested?
Yes.
Just a normal test? Okay, that's 3 hits.
Okay, cool. You take no damage. You're able to stay up through the night. It's not exactly pleasant for you. You have to like kind of struggle to find stuff to keep yourself busy. But there is a point very late into the night where Breckenridge's patrol goes out. And they leave your sensory range far from the camp, like long after they left. Because you get the relative distance as well. So like you
Sure.
know when they left, and you're able to kind of track their movement away. Even if you don't know the lay of the land, you're able to kind of feel how far away they're getting. Then eventually they
Sure.
leave like after a while, like after an hour or so of travel through the night, they leave your sense. And then about 30 minutes passes, and Breckenridge, Barton, Michaels, and McKay return. Private Claude Gibson and Private Omar Irving are nowhere to be found. And they are moving much more quickly than they did when they went out. They kind of moved
Sure.
out at a cautious pace. They are now swiftly returning to camp.
Okay. But they're still like an hour away, right?
No. They were an hour away because they moved extremely slowly and cautiously and covered a lot of like ground, like side to side. But like they're beelining it towards camp.
Okay.
And yeah, 2 of them are missing.
Okay. I'm smart enough for this. I will wake up. I will leave my tent, and I will physically, hopefully not get shot, wake up Dex.
Sure. Dex,
So
yeah.
I like, yeah.
It
I
is
like
so.
stepping in.
It's a huge anticlimax after everything we've just learned. But one thing I
Mhm.
did want to do during like the lead up to going to bed, I do my whole like gunslinger gun maintenance routine around the campfire, knowing Ralston can see it.
Oh god, it eggs him on so much. He wants to go. He wants to fucking go. But he doesn't.
Yeah,
He
no.
doesn't. His friends talk him down.
Yeah, no, I don't
Um,
shoot Eloise. That
Yeah.
would be really poor training.
Yeah, so
no, I know, but,
Dex just
like,
like
you know.
opens his eyes. Eloise, you like rush into his tent and shake him
Yeah,
open.
I like kneel down and I just like shake his.
Dex, all of your training and senses like let you know this is your friend waking you up in a panic. You are fine.
What's happening?
a patrol left, and then they are coming back with 2 less people, and they're running here. And I think that they are being pursued. And I need you to be awake because you have long distance and you know nature. So I need you to be ready, I guess. And I'm gonna go get Porter, and I think maybe it's happening.
I put my arms on Eloise's shoulders. Just take a breath. If you rush out in a panic, they'll wonder how you know.
Right. Okay. And I take a big deep breath. And
I like
and
take a big deep breath with you.
That's fantastic. I think Eloise, I need a blend roll.
okay.
Oh,
I'm actually not that bad at blend. Do I have any negatives?
I'll give you -1 given the like gravity of the situation. That's it.
I love it when I ask for a negative and then it makes my dice explode.
How dare you? Addie Gia, you monster. What dark sorcery is it that every time I give you a negative, you whip it back around on me and say, that made my dice explode? I cannot believe.
So I didn't actually roll very well other than the one that exploded. I have 4 hits. My highest is a 9, and then I have 2 6s and a 1.
What better time to play to the gallery?
Oh no.
All of my grit.
I've never been more.
What? With all of your grit?
No.
He just has a lot of it.
I'm just saying I have a lot of grit.
Okay.
I've never been more upset to not have the motivational speaker talent. Like, I didn't mind the whole last 6 episodes. It didn't bother me that I didn't have the social skills and like all of the trappings of being a very talented grifter. But like right now in this moment, I wanted to be able to confer mechanical benefit to you by saying nice things.
So you're at 11 grit now, Eloise. Did you beat an 8?
I did. I have a 9.
Okay, cool. I have 2 14s.
Well, I can't beat that.
Jeez.
Do you like that slow roll, Roman? I was like,
Yeah. You get kicked off any poker table for that.
Yeah,
slow roll.
I know. It felt dirty, but I couldn't resist. Yeah. So, Eloise, you leave the tent. You're trying to seem composed. You go and wake up Porter and Gus and kind of get them like up to speed. You also parrot like Dex's like, don't rush out of the tent. We don't want to let them know that we know.
Okay.
And then as you leave your tents and like kind of move back towards yours, you glance to the right as you open up the flap and you see smoking a pipe outside his tent, feet up on a table. Captain Schaefer isn't looking at you, but is awake. He's one of the like 3 people awake in camp at this early hour. And if you want to try to get a read on if he saw anything or anything, it's going to be a discipline roll. But otherwise, you don't know.
I'm more likely to grave misfire than I am to get a success. So
yeah, he's just sitting there. He's sitting there smoking a cigar, smoking a pipe. He doesn't look to you. He is looking out towards the horizon where the sun is going to rise.
Did we not get a read on Captain Schaefer?
He's a whole separate test.
Not beyond the initial one when we first met him, and I was pretty positive he was here with ulterior motives.
Sure.
Okay.
It's fine. I can beat him up.
I uncollapse my collapsible shield once I'm in my tent.
Cool. You all are able to kind of gear up and get ready. And it's not that long before you hear the ruckus as shouts for help rain over the camp. People start waking up. It's before the bugle sounds. And into camp as you all come out of tent with the rest of the come out of your tents with the rest of the camp, perhaps slightly more equipped than most people, but also you're drifters, so who knows. You step out of your tent and you see Sergeant Breckenridge with deep wounds across his chest, holding one end of a makeshift gurney with Corporal Michaels on it. As him, Specialist Barton, Corporal Michaels, and Private McKay rush into camp. Private McKay and Barton, Specialist Barton, like McKay and Barton, they look terrible. They're heavily wounded. Deep gashes in their arms. McKay is missing an eye. His face is completely clawed. He's barely stumbling forward. But they only had the one gurney, and that is for the extremely unconscious and heavily wounded Claude Gibson. Private Omar Irving, nowhere to be seen. Oh, sorry, I got that wrong.
Right.
Claude Gibson isn't there because he wasn't one of the people who was on the list. McKay is the one. He's missing an eye and unconscious on the gurney. He's not rushing along with them. Claude Gibson and Omar Irving, those two privates, nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I will rush over to the scene.
Yeah, you do with everyone else. Everyone comes in, medics rush out, they start pulling people in. They're going to try and save McKay's life. He looks on death's door. He's extremely clawed and wounded. Breckenridge gets pulled aside by Captain Schaefer. And they seem to be having a bit of a debrief and like a report.
I head over to talk to them. It's great. This is both my liaison and the actual person I want to talk to.
Yeah, I also go. He's my coffee friend.
Eloise and Porter, do you also approach that conversation?
No, I go to help McKay.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and roll first aid for me.
Good. And can I use my tonics for those help right now?
Yes, but just go ahead and roll first aid for first.
Sure.
Eloise?
Well, I guess I don't want to be alone, so I'll go with Dex and Gus, only because I hate both of these options. So I will go, and I will stand back. I don't want to rush up and be like, I'm in charge and combat ready. I just want to not be alone.
Cool. So the three of you approach as Breckenridge, wounded, kind of standing strong while he is hurt, speaks to the captain, and he stops for a second, and Captain Schaefer looks to the three of you approaching and goes, out with it. And Breckenridge continues going, we didn't get a side of it or nothing. I don't know what happened to Omar. Gibson came running back, hurt. Or I don't know what happened to Irvin. Gibson came running back, hurt, and well, then it came on us. We had a lantern set up. We're temporary, setting up a temporary camp for quick refreshment. And well, the lantern got knocked down, and it was chaos. We fired a little bit. Maybe we heard it. We don't know. Captain, I saw lights in the dark. I don't know what I saw. It was something in there. It's huge. Whatever it is, it's huge. And it took down our man. It took down Irvin and Gibson. No problem. And hell, it may have taken care of McKay as well. We gotta pull back, Captain. We gotta pull back. He puts a hand. Captain Schaefer puts a hand on Breckenridge's shoulder and goes, Staff Sergeant Breckenridge, you need to calm yourself and seek medical attention. We will handle this. All right? Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. All right. You go see the medics. All right. I appreciate what you done for us. Go. See to your men and women and take care of yourself most of all. All right? Go. You gave us what we need.
Before he goes, Gus pulls a tonic out of his bag and hands it over to him. He says, "Hey, you're gonna make that wedding, all right?" It's a healing tonic.
He just like pulls the cork out and just slams it, and immediately some of his wounds start healing. And he's like, "Mr. Gurley, you're godsend." And he rushes over towards the medics.
And as he goes in the distance, we start to hear uncontrollable laughter.
He's like, "Mr. Gurley, you're a godsend." As he rushes over towards the medic, laughing uncontrollably. He's like, "I'm sorry. This tonic done something to me. This is a terrible situation. What a terrible time to be laughing. I feel terrible. Aaron's missing. Oh my God."
Somebody give the GM a grade. Come on.
Yeah.
And yeah, he gets like pulled far away from everyone else, and his laughter is muffled as he continues to just like lose himself in the side effect of that tonic. Meanwhile,
before I'm so
sure,
sorry
sure,
to
sure.
interrupt.
I will
Did
accept
I
it only
say
if you open the
something?
door for the dog he wants inside your room.
Come here. Come on.
All right.
Goofy animal.
Now you're allowed to say whatever it is you want to say.
So no, you want to go back? Okay. Will you did I sense anything? Were they being pursued? And if so, can I feel it?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, talking to Captain Schaefer, there is a brief moment where you get a name you don't know.
Oh no.
Then it goes away.
Okay.
Extremely brief. A blip of it.
Okay.
But
Thank
in
you.
the moment, as you're shuffling towards the conversation and Breckenridge gets sent off and you're not sure what to do, you still have that sensory, like, kind of scan of the area. And you get the name Jack Taylor.
Okay.
For a moment, as as that name enters the range of your senses and then goes away.
Okay. Weird.
I can't help but notice that I've been given grit by random jerk. Take that.
Excellent.
God, oh God, this doesn't belong. I gave on my personal stream. I gave a message to random jerk at the beginning. The Jolly Pond. Random jerk. Go watch my recent VOD, just the first 10 minutes of it. I sent you a message via my last stream. Sorry. Okay, continue. I don't know why Addy got up, but
Unprofessional.
I know. I'm sorry. I just see. I
Wow.
don't think he caught last stream, and I don't know if he got my message. I just wanted him to know. I'm sorry.
Shameless.
I'm sorry.
Give back the grit.
Give it back. No, give it to me. You don't get it back when you've earned it. And when I have something good to use it on.
All right. Eloise, I don't know what you do with that information. But Captain Schaefer turns to the three of you and goes, "All right, we gotta get people out there, setting up a perimeter for this thing. Breckenridge said it came from a certain direction, so we're gonna set up a nice, good patrol there. Type patrol. We know it's there. If it's active right now, we need to be ready. They have flares in hand. I will get them ready. We gotta pull some people out of this mess. What do the three of you need?"
Dex doesn't pause. Dan is pausing. He didn't expect him to ask me for help. Yeah, I think Dex just says, like, without even really thinking, like, just your continued support. We're heading there.
I'll let you know who's going on patrol. You move with them. Best if we stay in contact with each other. I assume you agree?
It sounds like you've got two guys waiting for someone to come find them. And every second we wait for your men to get ready, they're closer to death.
Judging by what happened in the Ritter camp, I don't think Irvin and Gibson made it. But if you're able to find them, you get a flare and you send that up.
Give me a flare.
All right. And he barks orders like, Key, get these drifters flares. Donovan, get your people together. I need you on patrol. Walter, same thing. The two of you get up in the he gives like a direction, like a cardinal, like go up at like 36 degrees, and 48 degrees. The two of you set up posts there, and you keep a hawk eyes out. These drifters are going with you. You're going with them, right?
They can get moving quick.
Go.
So I'm gonna quick to Dex just be like, watch his face. Like indicating Captain Schaefer. And I'm just gonna literally just yell out Jack Taylor. Just yell it. And see if anything happens. If he knows him, if he's like a weird military science experiment or something, then like
Interesting.
I don't understand this whole situation.
So you just shout out the name Jack Taylor.
I do.
Just like you're a couple
Does anybody
steps.
turn around?
You're a couple steps behind Eloise, or Eloise. You're a couple steps behind Dex and Gus, and you just shout out the name Jack Taylor, while Schaefer is shouting out orders. Yeah, Dex, you got the ping. You can roll a discipline.
I watch
check.
his face.
Dex, I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 grit as I bamboozle you 3 times. You were up against an 11.
I don't have any hits over an 11. I do have a 9.
Okay, that actually helps. That eliminates the 4 other hits I got.
I mean, I'm allowed to roll a lot of numbers still.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I wanted to indicate the amount of success your 9 did. So Dex, you don't get anything, but you do catch that Captain Schaefer stutters in his orders. He's like a man on a task. And then stops for a second before he continues shouting at someone who runs in front of his. Like he stares off in the distance for a second, sees someone run in his vision, and is like, Paxton, other way. And then he doesn't look at Eloise. He doesn't react at all. And he turns back as Private Sarah Key brings up a few flares. He hands those to you and goes, get your stuff together. You're on patrol.
Yeah. I am waiting impatiently for the rest of the militia who are coming as far out of camp as can be without technically being out of camp.
Sure. So you get right on the edge of camp, like just in the lights of the camp. The rest of you get your stuff together. Porter, I asked you to roll a first aid test a while ago to try and assist in the saving of Private McKay.
Right.
What did you get?
I'm going to twist the knife. Is it worth it to twist the knife twice to get 5 successes, or will 4 successes do it?
Do you have the physician feat?
No, I have pharmacy.
A pharmacist.
Physician.
5 will matter.
Okay, then yeah, I'll do that.
Twist the knife twice, putting you at 6
Fuck.
grit. You were at 8 before. It's 2.
Right, but I'm doing it twice.
Just 4. Oh, hey, math works that. My math works that way.
That's weird that way, how it always sort of does the same thing every time.
Yeah, it's so unpredictable.
Math is like a box of chocolates, really, when you think about it.
And yeah, Porter, you rush in, and a person who you know as Specialist Barton and a person you know as Specialist Stilinski, they are converging on this wounded soldier and attempting to help. And they're doing a decent job. They seem to have good training. But you rush in and you see for one moment that they're going to implement, they're going to cut him open where they absolutely don't have to. And as they are calling people to get a scalpel and go in, you shout out what the hell are you doing? And they stop for a second, and you swat the knife out of their hand, and a couple soldiers move on you. And you start before they even start moving on you to pull you out of the scene, you have your med kit out, you set it down. Their med kit pales in comparison to yours. It's not poor quality, but yours has been fixed up by O'Donovan of Waypoint. So it's extra high quality.
It's drifter grade.
And so you pull it out and it starts scanning. And as a couple people grab your shoulders and pull you away from your med kit, Stilinski grabs one of the soldiers and goes, shoves him off and is like, get off him! Get off him! The hell are you doing? And they shove a couple people away and are like, all right, what you got?
Right now, he needs to be intubated. He's not breathing. Can you not see his chest rising and falling? Come here.
Come here. And he immediately starts barking orders. Stilinski just starts getting into it. And Barton follows suit, starting to follow your orders. And you take control of this medical situation in an instant. As your scan completes and you get an assessment of all of his wounds, you flip over your med kit, breaking it down and twisting it. And you rip off a part of it and stash it on your belt. And then twist and press a couple buttons, and then there's a couple loud whirring sounds from it, and then you break it open and fold it out, and there's a ton of tools in front of you, pristinely crafted surgical tools, and you set those up on the gurney and you pull them out, and then you walk under another part of your med kit and it goes pss, pss, and sterilizes your hands, and you go to work. And
I love that.
This man had the class 4 injury, bleeding out. He was gonna die. He was doomed to die if that injury wasn't complete. They were gonna waste tons of medical supplies trying to stop the bleeding and heal his hit points, but eventually he was gonna die. But you were able to classify that he had an injury that needed treating, and you treated that injury.
Good.
You don't need to, you can spend a healing tonic if you want. It will speed up his recovery a little bit. But you're able to treat the extremely important thing, which is his injury,
Right.
and you stabilize him, and he's going to be fine.
I think it's worth it.
That's the second time you've done that on stream. I just want to say,
Oh, yeah.
this is like your jam now.
Yeah, Addie last season had that same injury and almost died.
Oh yeah. That's my thing. It's my new thing. Right, for sure. And I think just flavor wise, it makes sense. He is going to give him just one of the healing tonics to help him get better as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so Thomas McKay is conscious for a moment, gasping for air in tons of pain. And as your med kit is like moving like a sedation injection towards his neck, you have a moment with him. With the tonic in your hand.
You're all right. We hear you. What?
It was terrible. It's us. It's us.
What about his eyes?
Your readings start going haywire as his heart rate is getting too high.
Stay with me. It's come.
And the needle, the sedation needle, like stops and waits for your input before it sticks in.
Can I get anything else out of him?
He starts going into shock. He's like shaking.
Oh no! Immediately, yeah.
Cool. You press a button in the holographic display. It goes. Hits him with the tonic, and as it does, he's like gasping for air. You hold up his head, and you're like, drink this, and you have him drink that tonic, and some of his wounds start to heal, and he lays down sedated from your med kit as he begins to recover.
Keep an eye on him. Make sure that he stays hydrated. All right.
Right. You heard him, man. Get him to that tent over there. And they start cleaning up the mess, and you're able to rejoin the other three who are holding a bunch of flare guns. It's not exactly what it is. They have flare guns on their person. They have kind of taken a station outside the camp, and the rest of the soldiers are beginning to move their way into being in position to help out with whatever happens. And Captain Schaefer arrives with the rest of them. And he goes, all right, move forward, cover your rear. We'll set up a perimeter. Just got to make it till daylight, all right? All right. Ain't no one need to go out in the middle of the night for this thing. Catch it if it's on the hunt. Let's go.
I start. Go ahead.
I'm just asking, is Donovan part of this group that's coming with us?
Yeah, Donovan's there.
Good.
She pays you absolutely no mind.
Sure. Is there ever a point where I can just like get close enough to her that she can hear me?
Absolutely. Basically, they spread out. Donovan's squad moves a little bit north. Walter's squad moves a little bit south.
Mm-hmm.
And they kind of set up perimeters in a way that they can like quickly communicate with each other. That they would definitely hear gunfire. And they kind of like, once they set up like little camps with like no light or anything, they then from that position kind of spread out a little bit and fan out to kind of make a wall along the terrain that makes the most sense for this thing to be able to move its camp.
Mm-hmm.
But there's absolutely a moment during that time if you want to have a word with Donovan, you absolutely. It's going to be quiet as everyone is moving kind of double time and like holding positions. There's a point where she's like waiting to hear back from one of her people, and like you could like hold up with her for a moment as you do.
I think I just walk up to her and kind of do that thing where I'm looking off into the distance behind her, talking directly to her, so it kind of looks like we're not having a conversation. And I just say, just remember, I haven't gotten what you're trying to get to my people. If you want them to get it, we stay alive.
She turns to you like wide-eyed, and then like sits there in silence for a second, and then glances around her, and she goes, I haven't the faintest what you're talking about,
Of course you don't.
but it's our duty to protect all citizens within. So you stay close to me, and I'll take care of you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I'll walk away from her and catch up with the rest of my group.
Yeah, the rest of you.
Is Jack nearby? I guess is the thing.
No, you're as you leave for patrol with the rest of these people to set up a perimeter, you lose your power fades.
Okay. I don't suppose that I got any sort of rest, right?
No, not if you're going out with these people. It's still the middle of the night.
Okay. I'd like to roll a resilience roll, I guess.
Okay.
Can you talk me through that?
Did you take hit point damage? Oh, you want to regain some of your shine. Yeah, okay. So it's either an endure test or a discipline test. You will regain a number of shine and hit points equal to the number of rolls you have. Or the number of successes you have. And you only get to do this once in between rests.
I know. Okay, well, first of all, that was a very good roll. I will also twist the knife to get an additional hit. So I'm down back to 10. Or no, 9.
9.
Yeah. And I got 5 successes.
Okay, you get 5 shine back.
Which is extremely important. Okay, great. Thank you. That's all.
Go ahead.
So as we're walking, Gus has his other tonic out and ready to go at the first sign of trouble. It's a muscle skills tonic.
Okay.
And then of course I have my vision goggle thingies on.
Cool. And Dex, you're there with the rest of the patrols.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Making sure you're not doing another thing.
I mean, unless I see something that would lead me away from them.
Cool. So, the 4 of you
also have night vision goggles, right, Dex?
I do.
Okay.
The 4 of you set up for the night. And nothing happens for some time. There are 2 camps. There's the Donovan camp and the Walters camp. They're not extremely far away from each other, but they are notably far away from each other. Do the 4 of you split up between those 2 camps? I guess forward positions is the better thing to call them. There's 2 forward positions. The Donovan camp and the Walters camp. Do the 4 of you set up in one or the other? Or do you split between the 2?
I know that Porter definitely goes with the Walters camp. So,
You steer clear of Donovan?
right.
Yeah, same.
Then yeah, I don't see any reason to split up.
And do we take,
yeah.
I suppose we should take shifts, right? Sorry.
No, it's fine. I just don't want to be alone. So I'll go wherever they go.
Right.
Uh,
I think I
I-
insist on taking the first watch so that you get sleep.
Oh, okay.
So the 4 of you set up, all of you set up at the Walters camp? The Walters position?
Mm-hmm.
There is a point, because there's enough time through the night. The 2 positions are in communication with each other, constantly sending runners back and forth, keeping in contact with each other thoroughly. And they're constantly sending out scouts to kind of prod and poke and try to get a sense of what's going on. And you're able to tell that Captain Schaefer sets up in the Donovan position as the rest of you set up in the Walters. And there's a moment.
We've lost Roman. Fell out of his
lost
chair.
Roman. And he's back. There's a and all of you are staying up throughout the entire night. That's kind of what's necessary in this area. No one at these positions is sleeping tonight.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, cool. I need endure rolls from everyone. Has anyone else? I forget. Eloise, you slept or did you not?
No, I didn't sleep, and no, I didn't. I slept last night, but then I was.
My understanding is it is still the night that Eloise rolled to stay up through the night.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Eloise, I don't need a roll from you.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm playing to the gallery for 2 grit. Now both these 11s count and explode.
Oh.
I've got 2 hits.
I got 5 hits.
I've got 1 hit.
Okay. Porter, you've been sleeping all the other nights.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. All of you are fine. Nothing bad is happening. You're all very awake. It's hard, but like the adrenaline is keeping you up as reports keep coming back. And then there's a moment where there's gunfire. You hear from the Donovan camp. And then everyone in the Walters camp gets ready to like rush over there. And then a flare flies up. And Alana Walters shouts out, "That's the signal, that's the signal. Go, go, go." And like they like leave half the camp behind. They have all their gear ready and they start rushing towards the Donovan position.
I was gone at gunfire.
Cool. So you're rushing ahead. Everyone else follows suit. You run through the train. Like I said, they're not exceptionally far from each other. You arrive to a horrifying scene as that like kind of forward position with a couple like little like positions of cover and a couple like kind of tents to cover like lavatories and like food and a couple other storage things like are strewn about. All of the lights are kicked on, like these large electrical lights to like light up the camp, which weren't on before but kicked on at the sign of trouble. And what you see in the middle of this camp with holding a dead Private Stanton in its hands, like ripped in half, the top half of her body gets thrown to the ground, toppling, arms flailing, head, face dead. This large creature pulls back as gunfire whips around it. It's on the edge of the light, but it doesn't seem afraid of the light. It's just kind of pulling back into where it has some cover from the darkness. You see a massive humanoid creature with dry, cracked, ashen black skin that looks like burned bark. Its body is thick with muscle. And as it moves, you can see there seems to be a subdermal golden glow flowing between the cracks of its hardened hide. Its face is almost humanoid looking, but not quite. It's far too wide to be human. The features that would be the bones in a human's face are exaggerated and protruding. And that same golden glow pours out from its eyes and its mouth as it moves with an almost imperceptible speed, kind of like flashing back away from the gunfire. Its back is riddled with sharp black spines of various sizes, and its elongated arms and legs end in sharp clawed appendages. As it moves, chunks and flakes of its ashen flesh and spines break off like charcoal in the wind. And it... That's where we're going to take a break. Everyone's got to roll initiative.
No.
We're going to take a quick break here. It's a quick little
Can I
break.
activate Sixth Sense. Sixth Sense. Sixth Sense.
Well, let's see what your initiative roll is. Sixth Sense is a free action
Sense.
on your turn.
I did
Aw.
pantomime as you were describing because I didn't want to like stop your motion. I did pantomime drinking the tonic.
Oh, hey, chat, can you confirm that?
Yeah.
I also told you I was going to trigger it.
No, you had it ready. You had it ready. Yeah. So we're gonna take a quick break, about 10 minutes. I got 11 o'clock on. We might go just a little bit late tonight. We're definitely not making it through this entire combat, but we might go a little bit late. But we're gonna take a quick little break here, about 10 minutes, and then we'll see what's going on here. We'll have everyone roll initiative. Thanks, guys. In about 10 minutes.
fine.
Hello. Welcome back. All right. When we last left off, our drifters were faced with an impossible terror. This large creature with ashen black bark-like skin that flakes off when it moves, glowing gold energy underneath its skin. It moves back. It's attacked. It's already killed one soldier whose name I should cross off from a list. As our drifters show up, and I asked everyone to roll initiative. I think most of you rolled that.
We're waiting on me. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So first off, important thing to keep. All of you take a grit.
Nope.
The gallery. Then it's annoying that I have to type.
You did this to you.
And then all of you take another grit as
Tommy.
I twist the knife.
God.
By my count, this puts Dex at 10, Eloise at 11, Porter at 7, and Gus at 12.
I mean, I'll take the extra, but I think that's Porter at 6.
Who's it? I always have one more than your Seth.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm counting right.
All right, I'll believe you.
Just go with the one that gives you more grit.
I should.
No, I'm gonna trust Seth. I'll trust whatever the lower number. All right. Can anyone on initiative beat a 10?
What?
I mean, so I feel compelled because you asked can. With all of the grit you've just given me, I could.
Not with. So the grit I spent on this test you can't use.
Oh, sure. I could.
Yeah, but I only gave you. I mean, you're still at 8. So
No, I'm not going to use any. But you asked if I could.
Sure. Okay.
But no, obviously not.
Okay. Who got close to it?
8.
I also have an 8, and I'm pretty sure Gus beats me on a tie now.
Yeah, I got 9 muscle.
Yeah.
Eloise, Porter, what'd you get?
I temporarily have a 4, I think. So 4 for now. If I'm not dead by the time it's my turn, maybe more.
What about you, Porter?
I believe. Right. Sorry. That's right. 6.
What's your awareness stat?
Awareness.
Oh, sorry. What's
is-
your awareness?
Awareness is 6.
And what's your finesse?
Finesse is 5. Which
And
I'm
wait,
trying to figure out.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out the math to make sure that I did this right. But if finesse is 5 and awareness is 6, my static initiative I have is 3 and my initiative target is 10. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Then yes, that's it.
If awareness is the tiebreaker first, I actually beat Gus on a tie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it starts with awareness, then moves on, or in Gus's case, muscle. Okay, so this horrible creature that you've never seen the like of before pulls back. Oh, what's up?
I did want to sort of check something on that. Does this skin? Because Gus knows the somatic power Stone Man. Does this sort of bark like skin? Does that look like the Stone Man power at all?
Interesting. Go ahead and roll somatics for me. We'll resolve it on your turn.
Okay.
So this creature pulls back to the edge of the light, dropping the body as the rest of you arrive with a contingent of soldiers. Lets out a scream, its mouth opening, parts of its face splitting open as it lets out a massive roar. And that golden light seems to drip in between the sharp, jagged teeth. And then it moves again, like a blink and you miss it. It's like, and it flies at another soldier and reaches into that person's chest, just ripping through with its extremely sharp claws and slams that body to its side. And you watch as specialist Caleb Stevens is skewered and thrown to the ground. And then it rushes forward. Dex, you said you were in the front, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Dex, you are shoulder to shoulder with Private Muhammad Paxton. And this thing, with one swing of its long, sharp talons, swipes at the two of you. I need you to roll a dodge test.
Okay.
Yep.
You mentioned it being like shadowy and weird. I assume I can see it for the purposes of precise reaction.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, I did not roll very well. Yeah. I only have a 6.
I have a 10.
Okay. Why the F not? I'll make my own luck. You are at 11 and I am at 10. Oh, bummer. I rolled a 9. So, yeah. So this thing swipes at the two of you and then swipes with its other claw at the two of you. I need another defense test from you.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna just get super crazy with my grit. I'll let you just roll a normal test with a -1. Oh, I wish I got super crazy with my.
I have an 11. Yeah, I have an 11.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and play to the gallery. So you can take a grit, Dex.
Okay.
12. I am at 8. I can now count this 13.
Cool. I'm gonna spend 2 grit to play to the gallery to count my 14.
Ooh. Yeah. So it, and both you and the private pull back. The private like ducks for cover, like dives to the ground, like full on, like, drops down low. You pull back, keeping your footing, and then the other swipe comes overhead and you duck underneath it, kind of rolling a little bit to your side. And as you push up off the ground, you watch as that swipe just and the claws sink into the back of Private Paxton, and then the fingers grip tight and rip out a chunk of his back. Parts of his spine come with it. And that is the creature's turn. And it rips it out, throws it on the ground, pulls back. Everyone is surrounding it, and it goes. Dex, it's your turn.
Okay, I was waiting. Like, you gotta say another thing before I can just shoot it.
Honestly, I needed my voice to come back.
This isn't one of those games where you just start saying things and it happens. Yeah, I shoot it.
Oh wait, hold on a second. Get this initiative. All right, Dex, you roll up off the ground, and then you I think, like, in the moment, this thing, like, you reached for your guns. You, a seasoned gunslinger, experienced in quick drawing your pistols, you reached for your guns the moment you saw this thing, and in a flash, it was in front of you, faster than you could draw your gun. So you had to drop to the ground and roll to the side, and then you kick up off the ground, guns out, ready to shoot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not a very good roll. I have a 12.
This thing has a 13.
There's nothing I can do about that.
Okay.
I will shoot at it a second time.
Yeah, so you, and it's just like, again, its speed is incomprehensibly fast.
Okay, that's a little bit of a better roll. Oh wait, I don't have that reliability. Okay. I have a 13.
Oh, I only have an 11, and there's really nothing I can do about it.
Cool. I have 2 net hits. So that's 12 damage, no armor piercing.
Okay, yeah. Your first shot, it like whiffs out of the way, but your second shot is ready. You kind of had a wide stance as you kicked up off the ground, and almost the same second you shoot the first shot, you fire the second shot, and it hits this thing right in the shoulder, like right where it's got a spine growing out. You split that spine off. The like ashen black like hide of this thing shatters. You don't see any like bright glow beneath where you shot, but you break a huge part of it, and it does react with like a
Sure. I'm gonna press the advantage and double down.
okay.
Fight for 4 episodes. Gotta shoot a lot.
Oh. I did not roll exceptionally well. Perhaps I should have bamboozled you. I only have a 9.
Okay, yeah, then I will play to the gallery to count this 15. Which, and that does the exploding thing. Cool. That's 3 net hits. It's 18 damage, no armor piercing.
Yeah, so you're, and then you immediately just, and you shoot like a chunk of its knee away as that black, like brittle, like hide shatters and splits out and like breaks against the ground in like a dark dust.
And then I will fire one last time.
This time I will bamboozle. I'm gonna give you a minus 2. I'm gonna bamboozle you.
Okay.
So you're at 8 grit and 7.
I'm at 6 grit.
Because you do a thing?
No, because I played to the gallery before.
Well, what do I got? You're up against it.
Yeah, I have the grit to do it. So I will play to the gallery to count this 13. Nice. So that's 2 net hits. 12 damage, no armor piercing.
And that's it. It's probably dead.
So yeah, you guys watch as like kicking up off the ground, like spinning in the air, like hands and feet detached from the ground. Dex draws his pistols and lands perfectly on 2 feet, not dizzied or anything. And his first shot rings out, and this thing darts to the side right into his second shot, breaks his shoulder, and then his other hand, his primary hand, is already down, fires a shot into the knee. The knee shatters, it pulls back, and then Dex fires another shot right into the chest of this thing, which breaks and shatters. And Dex, you have to squint your eyes as that golden light flashes out at you. And you guys see as that light kind of like flies out as if it was a liquid substance and then dissipates in the air as this thing pulls back. And that part, like the rest of it, he didn't quite get through the crack. That part kind of stays open.
And then I can't mechanically get cover because I don't have the actions left, but I am in a position relative to this thing that I don't want to be. So I move away.
Sure. Yeah, you pull back away from this thing as you fire at it, and it's like just taking the shots, and you're able to kind of get an okay distance away. Like kind of to the other side of the light.
I just like it to have to move to get to me is all.
All right, next up is Gus.
Cool. Yeah, so I did roll that somatics test. I made my own luck for one. And I got 3 hits on it. Is it opposed or?
No, this is basically
Cool.
Stealing the grit. You got 1 success?
I got 3.
Oh, 3. This thing's hide, you immediately see flashes. What you see is the terror you felt the first time you accidentally used the stone skin. When you were playing with like sticks with some people, with like some other kids, and then like your skin like scaled over with like rocky flesh. Like you see that same terror in this thing as it moves. Like it's like jagged, like defensive movements. Like you immediately like remember the way you slashed almost at the like stick as like the other kids were coming at you. And then you scared them off. What it has around its body could possibly be in some way related to your stone skin ability, but it is far different. Your stone skin doesn't have that same kind of flaky ash. It seems like if it is related to your stone skin in any way, it's so much more. It's like way more than you could ever achieve.
Interesting. Well, now I feel a little bad about it, but I'm gonna run up and I'm gonna punch it real bad, and I'm gonna try to open up that hole in its chest a little more.
Cool. So as Dex pulls back, Gus steps in and swings.
Oh, I'm gonna be doing some swinging.
Gus, you're up against a 12.
All right. Well, this first one might not be.
Gus, how much grit do you have? Somehow I put 13. I think I added your grit.
Yeah, I got 11.
Yeah, I added to your 12.
What do you have?
I have a 12.
12? I played at the gallery to make this 15 count. which is only it is only 1 net hit, but it is going to be 4 damage all piercing. I'm going to swing again, I guess. Might as well while I'm here.
Yeah, go for it. Currently I have a 7.
I have all I've got's a 10. Or I mean that's as high as I've got.
Yeah,
is a
okay.
10.
I'll spend the grit. So I'm gonna play to the gallery to count this 11. Or sorry, this 12. Gus. You have. Oh, you have 9. So you are at 10.
Yeah. And that's a good move because I had 4 net hits on a 7.
Woo! Oh! Yeah, so you're at 10 grit now. So Gus, you swing in right as Dex pulls back. You hit this thing in the chest. The stone, like the chalky, bark chest of it cracks, but doesn't give with that first hit. Like you did a little bit of damage, but not a lot. Like a little bit of that golden light seeps through. And then as it reaches over, you see its arms go up and your boxer training kicks in and you swing right for the abdomen, right in the rib area. And you slam in and this thing should have been hit. But as you pull your fist out of its chest to swing the other one in, it goes around to your flank, it spins around you, and you hit air.
Yeah. Well, I know footwork, and I got grit, so I'm gonna double down. I'm gonna turn. I'm gonna punch this thing some more. Oh, did you just change that for me in here? Anyways, yeah. Now I have 6.
Yep.
I think.
Hey, Roman. You have Fist of Fury, don't you?
Of course I have Fist of Fury.
Oh, sir,
God dang it.
so this
This
attack
ain't even a double down yet.
Yeah, it's not a double down yet. Okay. This attack is during your normal turn.
This one's just a normal punch. Now what do you got against me?
A 9.
Yeah, I got a 13.
Okay. How many net successes? Or I guess how much
That's gonna
damage?
That's gonna be 4 of them. That's gonna be 4 of those net successes. So that is gonna be 16 damage, 6 of which is piercing.
Yeah, so this thing swings around you, just, and you immediately pull back, and with your right hand that was in its chest, just throw out a jab right at its jaw, and you crack some of its teeth in its jaw, and that bright light hits you in the eye.
Cool. Now I'm gonna double down.
Okay. What do you got there, Gus?
I got a 14.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to go it strong. And that allows me to count as 15.
All right. That's fine. Sometimes you miss, but then that just moves them into the way of your next punch.
Attack. What you got there, Gus?
Got a 12.
Ooh, I'm going to play to the gallery to also count my 12. Or sorry, not play to the gallery. The other one. I'm going to go it strong.
Cool. So that's 2 more grit back to me. So that's
It's only
that's 4
one
damage.
You only get 1 grit. When I spend grit,
but
you only get the.
But you played to the gallery twice on me. The last 2 times.
Oh yeah. It's between the last 2 attacks, it's 2.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah. So that's 4 more damage to it.
Cool.
And then with my final attack. I got 13.
I have an 8.
You know, that's all I got is the 13, but I'm just gonna go ahead and twist the knife a couple times.
Couple times.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're down to 4.
Yep. But then I go ahead and deal 12 damage, 6 of it piercing.
Okay. So yeah, Gus, this thing flies to your side. You throw out that one punch, clock it right in the jaw, and as its claw swings over, you just bob and weave, and just and like most of your punches kind of hit like rocky, spiny spots, but a couple of them like really land in, like you like bam, bam in the same spot. The first hit punch like just cracks it and does nothing. The second punch like breaks it, and like that light like shines out. And you pull back, like fists up. This thing, like with a bunch more cracks and breaks in its flesh.
Cool.
And next up, Captain Schaefer starts shouting out what seem like code words to the soldier. He says, he shouts out like Snollygoster, Piazza, Scratch. And they start changing their formation. That's the captain's turn. Porter, it's your turn.
I forget. I can only fire my projectile weapon once on my initiative.
Yeah, it's a focused action to fire it, so
Good.
unless
Okay,
it's not done. The fire.
Would be pretty cool, but I'm going to shoot at the beastie thing, and I'm going to use projectile ammo and try to knock it out with a sleep tonic.
Okay.
I mean, it's a grave misfire, but no.
What?
I do have reliability, so it's actually no, it's just a misfire.
No. Grave misfire is counted in before any
Good.
rerolls or
Alright.
anything else.
So I'm going to spend 3 grit so I can scrape by at the very least.
Okay. My God, has it been every session?
I think
It's
has.
every session except the one where I did it.
So one or the other then, just traditionally.
Okay, so it's a
Alright.
regular misfire.
Mm-hmm. After spending 3 grit.
Yeah. And then what else? How many? What's your highest success? Because you got a success, right?
It's a 4.
Oh, cool. I don't even have to spend grit to beat that. I have a 6, so.
Good.
Yeah, so Porter, this exchange happens with Dex and Gus. You boom, put in one of your tonics. Now remember, you don't have to expend the tonic. You don't expend the tonic.
Thank you.
Yeah, when you shoot it, you don't expend the tonic. That is the generous thing of Manifest. You can choose to use injection projectiles, but you don't have to expend the tonic until you hit. It's presumed that you have enough distributed amongst all your ammo that the very last one you hit with is the one that uses it up. So you fire it out. It flies overhead, smashes into a rock, and that like kind of like it was like a lavender color, like sticks to the rock and then dissipates against the oxygen. This thing is too preoccupied with Gus. It just like flies right over its head. You weren't ready for Gus to just do a flurry of blows on that.
No.
All right, and next up is the soldiers. A couple of them fire this thing. 2 of them fire this thing. The rest of them start rushing into position and ripping open crates. Like they wait for like the specialists or the sergeant to get there and open up the crates, and they start rummaging the crates and start beginning to like do something with the stuff that's in that crate.
Not enough of the soldiers we brought with us shot at this thing.
Eloise, it's your turn.
So I've been thinking real hard about what it is that I'm supposed to do in this situation. And so as a free action, I don't know what I'm going to use my extra turns for. So maybe never mind. If it works, then oh no.
Oh, we lost our Roman again. Man, just a cursed stream to.
I'm sorry, I'll
Wow.
get this figured out by next week.
We might change our layout a little bit so that we don't move around when that happens at least. Okie day. So we rat. A free action doesn't have to come at like the beginning of your turn or anything, right? It could come at the end.
Comes anywhere. It's free.
Okay, great. Cool. I'm gonna try something I think is pretty unconventional. So, and it might just completely backfire on me. So my, I'm gonna pull the boys. I'm gonna drop the guys out of the call. Is the thing, the telepathy.
Okay.
Call. And then I'm gonna knock on the brain of this thing.
You're going to try to aggressively tell. Oh, I mean, it could, except it doesn't. You're going to try to aggressively telekinesis, or not telepathy.
There's a thing. Its warranty on its car is almost up. So
You're trying really hard to
need
reach it. Yeah. Okay. Roll. So this is going to be mentalist as you try to force telepathy on something that is otherwise unwilling to accept said telepathy.
Yeah.
I got a 9.
Interesting. Okay. Then I'm gonna play to the gallery to count this 10, and then it. Oh, I meant to bamboozle it. Oh well. And then I get it explodes. Okay. Well, that didn't do anything. So I have 2 net hit over a 9. I have a 9 and a 10.
Okay. So you get a connection with this thing. Dex, Porter, and Gus, the rest of you feel that kind of like. For Porter, it's a little more potent, but for Dex and Gus also, you kind of like felt that presence of your connection with Eloise and the rest. And it goes away. And then Eloise, you reach out, and your eyes glint that golden color. It's not a full use of telekinesis, but like your eyes like
I also have my night vision goggles on, maybe.
Yeah, okay, that could help. Yeah, so under your night vision goggles, there's a whoosh of golden energy, and you reach out with your hand, and this thing turns, and it's massive, like smoking golden like holes in its face that look like would be its eyes, look right at you, and you make a connection with this thing's mind. Eloise,
Die.
Eloise,
Okay.
what you hear in your mind is
Okay.
I hope our
Um,
downstairs neighbors don't knock on the door to see what's wrong.
You
Okay.
live in the city. No one cares.
All right.
Your brain is
so-
overpowered with that sound. It's echoing in every part of your body.
I recognize
Okay.
that mental sound. This dude's in month 12 of quarantine.
Yeah. And I will I think I actually like cover my ears, even though I know it's not anything. And like, depending, I might yeah, I'll probably do that for sure. And then I'll just be like, Jack, like try to get it's gonna be okay. We're gonna fix it. I don't know how, but we're gonna do it. And I'm not comforting. I'm not a comforting presence, but I'm gonna try to take it from 100 to 70, right?
Sure. So, what you see, Gus, maybe more than anyone in Dex, Gus, you get shoved to the side. You don't know what prompted it, but this thing, you punch it a little bit, you pull up, and it turns directly away from you, and with a sweep of its hand, pushes you back. You're a large enough man that you don't completely fall to the ground, but this thing's extremely strong, so you do get shoved back and almost stumble over and have to catch yourself as this thing full on turns its attention to Eloise, who immediately covers her ears and drops down in pain and starts screaming at the ground to someone named Jack. And that is Eloise's turn.
Yeah, okay.
The creature pulls back as Eloise shouts at it, and then a couple soldiers are still shooting at the ones that were shooting at it before, and it ducks and flies far away from you, Gus, as it grabs the head of Private Serena Lorenzo and rips her head clean off. And then in a flash of motion does basically the same to Ivan Tovin, another private. But that one was less clean. It wasn't as much a grab and rip. It was more a slash that severed the head from the body in a grotesque way. As his body falls to the ground, he is dead as well. And then Eloise.
Yes.
This thing turns you. That scream still echoing through your body. You watch as it warps away, rips apart two people, and it turns, and you watch as those people drop to the ground, and out of their body, this golden energy wraps up and sinks into the back of this thing. That's here. Okay. Test. Those cracks and wounds in this thing's body begin. They're not quite healing as they are being overcome with new hide as this thing's body just materializes out of the light, just like as its body begins creating new surfaces around that light and begins padding it up. And the bullet wound and the crack in the jaw and everything begins getting covered with that same ashen bark-like hide of this thing as it begins to regenerate itself and seemingly pull energy from the fallen soldier.
Oh,
What's up?
nothing. Nothing. I forgot that I could do a thing.
Okay, well, it could come in handy now. This thing's face disappears. As this happens, its jaw breaks down and splits back, and its face rips open with cracks and spines falling to the ground. And what you are left with is an open chasm of golden light that shoots out right at you, Eloise.
I would like to defend myself.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm
Okay.
gonna go ahead.
Can I use warding
Yes.
to stop it?
Yes, you can use warding instead of a normal defense test.
Is it gonna affect only me?
In this particular instance, yes.
Then instead of Scarlet Witch, I am Captain America.
You're gonna pull up the shield.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm gonna spend 2 grit to bamboozle you.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna spend 4 grit to bamboozle you, creature. So there. And that brings me to 7. Oh,
Kinda
but then
positive.
up to 9. Yeah, I know.
All right, I'll spend. Well, what do you have? Right now, I have a 7.
I have 2 successes over 7. I have a 9 and a 7.
A 9 and a 7.
Oh, yeah, no, actually, because I'm defending, so I just have a 9.
Perfect. That's great. I'm gonna spend 2 grit so I can play to the gap. That is gonna let me count this 9.
Oh, no!
So I get a 9. I get 1 net success over you.
Wow.
And what am I at? 7?
That's knowing everybody.
Why not? I'm gonna go ahead and twist it.
What? You are mean.
You live with her, Tommy. You have to think of the repercussions.
No, it's fine. I did this sort of on purpose.
Eloise
Eloise,
isn't a horse. You can blast her with a laser.
Eloise, I have 2 net
That'd be fun.
successes over
Yes.
you.
Yeah.
You take 14 damage. No piercing. However, 7 of that 14 damage goes to your shine. And the other 7, which can be slightly negated by your toughness, goes to your hip. So you lose 7 shine.
What?
And then you lose however many armor points and hit points make sense for the additional 7.
Okay. Okay.
So Eloise, this thing's face disappears and this light shoots out. The rest of you see this column of golden light fly forward and completely envelop Eloise, who raises her shield up to defend herself. And it launches her back and she tumbles to the ground. And you see, like, as it pulls back, it pulls golden energy from her body. And
Could I have taken an injury?
you can for the 7. That goes to your hit points. The 7 that goes to your shine.
Whatever.
is-
That's only 4. That's only 4 after my toughness. It doesn't matter. Okay. Never mind. That's fine. This is fine. I have 1, and I can overcast, and I have hit points left. So everything's fine.
It pulls back into this thing, and its face like slams back into place, and like fuses back together. And it lets out another. And that is its first turn before I die. The next thing it does.
Just gives us all 1 grit because you doubled down.
I did. You all get
Yeah.
1 grit. Yes. You do all get 1 grit because I doubled down. The next thing it does is flies back to the edge of the camp and now it's gonna fly towards you, Gus, first. It's gonna fly right back at you, and it's gonna take 2 attacks at you.
Yeah, that's what I like. Tired of these dang cowards who I've tried to fight them and they run away.
You're up against a 12.
I also have a 12. I rolled a full house. I got 3 12s and 2 1s.
Well, I rolled 2 12s.
So I rolled 3, so that means I win.
No. But I will play to the gallery. Which means, Gus, you take 12 damage, 3 armor piercing.
Alright. Cool. All fine. Everything's good.
And with that attack, you get knocked back nearby decks. It like slashes right up and like rips your armor and launches you back. And before you even are able to like land on the ground and regain your footing, it's already right there again, and you bump up against decks. And with one sweeping motion with 2 of its hands, it just goes and is going to attack both of you. Each of you can take a grit. Well, I guess, do either of you have above a 13? Because that's what I'm playing to the gallery.
Not right now.
I do not. I have an 11.
Okay, cool. Then yes, as the attacker, I spend grit first. Get to know what you have first, but I will spend the grit to play to the gallery to get myself a 13.
I have a 6.
I'm gonna play to the gallery to count this 15.
I'm gonna do the exact same thing. Twinsies.
Ah, nice.
Double dragon.
Yeah. We turn and we do a predator handshake.
My hand is crushed immediately.
My hand fires your gun.
Okay, cool. So yeah, this thing like throws like its claws at both of your heads, and what happens is both of you reach your arm around the other and pull the other down. Like Dex, you grab the shoulder nearest you from Gus, and Gus, you wrap your arm around Dex, and the two of you just yank each other down to the ground and turn your back to this thing. And then I assume both of you leap forward as this thing uses its final attack to try to claw both of you across the back.
Yes, exactly. You pictured it perfectly, Tommy.
You're up against a 12.
I got a 13.
I have a 12.
Okay. Yeah, why not? I'm gonna spend 2 grit. Twist the knife.
Oh,
I will consult the injury table.
And the two of you take.
You don't hit Gus.
I beat you.
Oh, you beat me. Okay, so Dex, you take 8 damage, 3 armor pierce.
Yeah, I will just take an injury instead.
Okay. Go ahead and roll on the injury table.
As always, the injury table manages to be like extremely prescient. I feel off balance.
Nice. Yeah, so this thing swipes. Gus, you're a little quicker on the jump forward. You manage to avoid it. You feel it like scraping against your clothing. And Dex, you get caught, and it rakes across your back, but doesn't quite dig in deep through your armor, and instead spins you around. And the whiplash of that, you don't land. Like Gus leaps forward and like lands on his feet. You spin around and slam on the ground, and quickly are able to scramble to your feet and get ready for the fight. But like you are a little dizzied and a little off balance. As this thing finishes its second turn, pulling back from the two of them, it stands in the middle. The soldiers reloading their weapons, other soldiers reaching into crates and doing something with the supplies in there. Gus and Dex directly in front of this thing. Porter and Eloise off to the side. Eloise looking a little weaker as she pushes herself off the ground and then like turns back towards this thing. It lets out one final and that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Radical.
Man, oh man.
Yes, indeed.
Wow.
Literal years I've been saying, okay, but what if there was an insight power that was a laser? And every time I get told, no, you can't do that. That's not allowed.
It's not allowed. All right, sweet. So like I said, we went a little late tonight, so I'm going to jump right into the questions. If any of you have questions that you want to ask about the session, about the game, about the players, anything, throw it in the chat. We will answer it. Otherwise, I'm going to jump right into the Discord or the backer exclusive Discord. And yeah. Oh no, I didn't look.
I did a little bit.
Okay, cool.
Argilam has described them pretty well here.
Okay, cool. So Argitlam has a couple characters for us to build. One is from Fire Emblem Awakening, which, like, honestly, I've heard so much about Fire Emblem, and I should play it someday. We're gonna build Frederick, which is the notable traits are nearly limitless energy and strength when it comes to performing his designated tasks, able to completely shake off curse-driven cold in a single sneeze, and absolutely lethal with any melee weapon and a skilled cavalryman. Apparently, when he showed up in a different game, he was capable of fighting an invisible enemy just by sensing them. Okay, so all of this feels like achievable in Manifest, but is it all achievable in one character?
Yeah, you just need to get brawn, metal, and I mean, you don't even really need enlightenment, but you just need to be illuminated.
So the brawn definitely gives you the ability,
It's the melee fighting powers.
the melee fighting powers. Well, do we not want hardiness for limitless energy because of all the endure benefits you get from hardiness?
Oh, I assumed his ability to shrug off a single sneeze was him using the illuminated power flush toxins, and his unlimited energy was regenerate.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. If you're illuminated, you don't need the hardiness talent tree. Yeah.
I mean, he could have the hardiness talent tree also. I don't think you need the enlightenment tree for anything described here.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, in that instance, he's extremely
He's
hardy.
just illuminated,
Yeah.
right?
Illuminated and hardiness makes it so with those
Sneezing
powers.
out colds every day.
Yeah. And then did you say vigilance tree because the cavalryman thing? Oh no, it would be metal, right? Metal because
Or
cavalry.
metal. Yeah, I said metal.
Yeah, metal would make him an extremely good cavalryman. All right, there you have it. So you could take hardiness if you want, and then be illuminated and have the hardiness powers and the illuminated powers kind of blend together to make you just invulnerable to exhaustion and poison and whatever sickness. Or you could not have the hardiness tree and rely more on your insight powers. Otherwise, the melee stuff, you got that in brawn. And the skilled cavalryman, you have that in the metal tree. Handling. The other thing from Argent Lum was from the PS1. Chisato, Madison from Star Ocean 2. Notable traits are intrepid reporter, well-connected, capable of calling in military airstrike. Oh god, I love that as a flashback for someone who has a really high skill.
It's the family black box, and the thing in there is like a laser targeter for an airstrike.
And then well-versed in less than lethal weaponry and lethal weapons. Tear gas, stun guns, melee, shock weapons, also flamethrowers, primarily fights with jujitsu. So obviously you need the brawn tree for the jujitsu.
Yeah, I was thinking of a privileged soldier. Is that
a militant privilege? Oh wait, no, you can't have those together.
Oh, no, you can't do. Is there a
path of the soldier? Why? I can't imagine that there would ever eventually be a Path of the Soldier and maybe a source book.
So eventually, yeah. Basically, this person sounds a little bit like Reporter Batman.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was thinking like Moxie, Brawn, and then like maybe Sure Hands, and then you're very good at fighting with literally anything you pick up.
Sure, yeah. Because Moxie gives you all of the connection stuff. You can go super deep on the connection tree. A thing I think we might eventually see Porter go is the connection aspect of the Moxie tree. And then if you take Brawn and Sure Hands, you can be good with I mean, that's what Addy did last season, right? Pax had
both of those.
Yeah.
Pax had
Sure Hands. Pax had Sure Hands and Brawn and the sneaky one.
And subtlety. Yeah, and we saw
Yeah.
what Pax was able to do. She just kept killing people and taking their guns and then being exceptionally good with them. It was fantastic.
I think Moxie will help you do a lot of the like reporter things as well. There's a little bit in the vigilance tree, but like the heart of it is Moxie.
I saw there was one last question in there that I am also curious
let's
about.
jump into that last question from Target Lom. Again, if any of you have questions in the chat, please feel free to throw them out. Otherwise, last question perhaps is from Argitlam on the Discord, asks, a thought just occurred to me. Luminescence is a hard light substance that can be synthesized into just about anything, correct? This would be an absurdly wasteful application of this miracle substance, but can it be used to make food? Again, wildly wasteful, but my brain goes places.
Me and Addie talked a lot about this.
What you guys got?
So the first important thing we came to is that if you can jam luminescence into an edible form, we were like, well, it's basically just like carbohydrates, right? It's pure. And then we're like, wait, no. Luminescence, if you eat it, is calories. It's not anything that turns into calories, because calories is a measure of energy, and that's what luminescence is. It's energy that is a solid. So it's probably not great for your body if you eat it. And then Addie made the excellent point. I think that's just stardust. And it's not like just stardust, but it's pretty close, I think.
So stardust being a drug on Manifest that is made from synthesized luminescence. The lore behind it is that people were trying to find a way to duplicate luminescence in an artificial way, and what they created was an insane drug.
They did drugs instead.
Yeah.
So Addie pointed out, Stardust is the only canon appearance of a ingestible with your body form of luminescence.
So it's like you took Stardust, but instead you made Star Crunch.
Yeah, my thought.
Yeah, you baked it into a brownie.
My thought was that, like, with synthesized with the right materials, you could probably, like, maybe the best thing you could shoot for that isn't just like a drug that makes you fucking wired, is some form of, like, it wouldn't come across as food. It would be something you would inject in someone. It would be some kind of medicinal thing, like an IV, right? That would give them what they needed to survive. It would require a significant amount of technology, and probably, I would guess, would not be available anywhere but the best hospitals in Ion Heart, for the most privileged people.
It's the world's greatest banana bag.
Yeah.
I'm on a loom cleanse.
Yeah, I imagine like that's a thing that is extremely hard to find, but might exist on Manifest, is some form of medicinal, like, suspension, like fluid that could be injected into someone to keep them.
I can see the tech billionaire. He's like, solid food? I don't touch this stuff. Straight luminescence right to the veins.
God, the Mark Zuckerberg of Manifest.
Yeah.
Also,
I
alternatively,
I don't think that it can be, like, anything can be eaten, right? Like, there's that guy that ate that airplane. Like, anything can be eaten. I think you can eat a small amount of luminescence and not die.
It would be bad for you.
But it would be extremely bad for you. It would probably taste very bad if it tasted like anything. But you could eat it, but it would not be food. It would be like trying to eat lava a little bit.
Yeah, they were
You
talking to me about
could
it.
do
They at one point said, like, maybe it's like salt, and I was like, well, it's not a mineral. It's not like salt is a mineral that, like, you sprinkle on a thing and it tastes good. This isn't a mineral. It's a hard light substance. If it's like salt and you eat it, it burns through your tongue because you're eating pure energy.
here's how you got to do it. You take some melted butter and you work the luminescence into the melted butter, and then you use that to make like a batch of brownies or cookies or whatever. And then in like 30 minutes to an hour, you're going to be real magic.
See, I went right at Tommy's heart, and I said, Tommy, are you telling me in this magical fantasy world you've created and this incredible wonder substance you've invented, you personally, there's not luminescence infused chipotle mayo?
And like in 30 minutes, you're like, I'm not feeling that magic. So you eat another one, and then, oh my God. Then you blink right to the moon.
I think the other thing is I'm going with Roman's whole thing, but to turn it back to sort of practical applications, I don't think it would make you illuminated. I think
You would
that
probably
like,
think you were illuminated.
I mean,
it would probably it would be bad, but like because basically like the physiology of humans means that it can't process pure energy. That's why you get sun.
Yeah, you're supposed to get like sugars and stuff in there.
Guys, can we be
Yeah.
honest? This is just exactly what happened to Jack Taylor. We've busted Tommy's whole thing wide open, but they fed him a bunch of damn luminescence.
They made
and now he's just
luminescent
going off.
salts.
I think that's what's
They
in
made-
Porter's case. Is the
They
thing.
made luminescent
that's what I
chipotle
figured.
mayo, and they slathered some chicken on it, and they just kept feeding him the chipotle mayo chicken.
in
No,
like
they
a
just
white room with a big
on Jack
reflective
Taylor.
window.
yeah.
It just brought him chicken every day, and it was weird tasting chicken, but it was great.
It's good
They
tasting
had-
chicken.
They had luminescence
And
bath
then
salts,
one
and they
day
put
he
him in a
just was like,
bath.
That's
No
a
more
fun
chicken for
theory.
me. I hunger for souls now.
I have a theory about what's happening. I'm pretty excited about it, and by that I mean terrified.
Gus is definitely writing in to Rico Kasich to be like, "Hey guys, I have an idea for a new story."
For your next issue. Okay, so the past few streams actually, I've we've raided people, jumped into other RPG streams. However, this stream went so late. There's no tabletop RPG streams live right now.
No way.
So there's no one for us to raid. So we're gonna sign off. We're gonna say goodnight. We're not gonna raid anyone tonight. That's gonna be next week, I guess. This session went pretty late, but you guys got into combat, and I really wanted to do a couple rounds before. So kudos to all of you for watching for as long as you did. We super appreciate it. Love you all so much. We hope you had a good time watching because we had a good time playing. We also started pretty late today, given the fact that Addie's computer exploded right before the stream. So we started about 20 minutes. That's, we're not that far late if you take that into consideration. Thank you all so much for watching. We are going to be on next week, Tuesday at 8 p.m. Tuesday the 30th, March 30th. Fun fact, that's the day after my so if you
Tommy will be old the next time you see him.
Yeah, second quarantine birthday. Congrats.
Yeah, I know. I'm still 29 until quarantine goes away. I'm still 29. And then I have like several birthdays all in one.
It's like the end of Last Crusade. You've chosen poorly.
Yeah, exactly. It's just once COVID is gone, it's just gonna be. All right, cool. Thank you all so much for watching. We're gonna be on next week. If you haven't already, hit that follow button. Follow us on Twitter. If you're someone who backed the game or pre-ordered it or our pre-orders closed, message us. We have a Discord invite for you if you're not already there. Discord's great. A lot of great people. We talk about all sorts of dumb stuff. Jump in the Discord. Otherwise, we're gonna see you guys next week. And I'm going to update the YouTube because last week's episode didn't make it to YouTube for this week, but they're just gonna come back. So thank you all so much for watching. We love you so much. It's been great hanging out. You have a good night. Bye.
Bye.
Bye now. Bye.